Okay, looks like I'm there. You trending up? Congratulations, you are first. Yeah, no kidding, right? Bruno's still going nuts over here. Trending up. Congratulations. I forgot to put the congrats in there. There you go. I don't know what the heck happened. It seems to me like whenever the mowing guys come in and they tend to like whenever they get the mower like right over the some of the cabling probably for the internet, it tends to I think throw me off. So I think that might have been what was going on there. Good morning, Secret Zebra. Let's see here. We got about 8 more minutes before I take a look at the numbers. Sorry about that. About the cutoff on that one. Hopefully, you guys got pretty much most of everything that I was saying earlier. Dario, yeah, I wish I could blame it on something like that, but that wasn't the case. It was my side of the stream that failed. Normally, it's my internet service provider. In this particular case, I think it was the mowers. Real quickly, I'm gonna. Well, I guess I can wait on this. I want to put in. I want to put in some information onto Twitter about the market cap. I'm calling it a market cap alignment. So, did you trip over the plug? Yeah, my hamster decided to take a break. That's funny. Don't run the coffee pot at the same time. Yeah, I hear you. I hear you, man. So let me tell you why I'm expecting an 821 close today. The reason I'm expecting an 821 close today is I think that there's going to be an overcorrection initially in the downwards direction of from the dilution. So there's going to be subsequent more dilution. I don't think they may have dropped all of the shares all in one day. I don't think so based off the amount of volume that we saw and the price that we ended at. So I think there's going to be at least 1 or 2, maybe even 3 days of dilution occurring. And that's why I'm kind of predicting maybe like an 821 close for the day today, and I think that should be pretty close. But we'll see. We'll find out. Secret Zebra says you need chinchillas. They output better wattage. Well, they already did price in future dilution in the past. When they took us down to $7.99, that was the initial uh, price movement that they took us to account for future dilution. Uh, and then when we had dilution, when we had actual dilution, that's when they started moving us down even further. At that point, because we had already started to go back up again, and but yeah, they probably won't move us down for future dilution until it's announced. Excuse me, sorry about that. I am in the back of the big tramp in case anybody wants to show up back there. We got about 5 more minutes before I take a look at the numbers. We got some pretty decent volume this morning. 5.42 million shares traded so far, and we haven't even hit a half hour in yet. Who is they? Institutions. Institutions control the price of the market. Darren saying breaking news: China's U.S. arm of ICBC, world's biggest bank, cyber attacked. You know what? I'll tell you what. I actually posted on this last night. I'm not familiar with who this nobody special guy is, but he had a really, really good breakdown of things that are going on here. It's about 7 minutes long. That'll get us just past the time that it's needed to take a look at numbers for the day. So I'm going to take you guys over to the main screen here, and we're going to play a little something by Nobody Special. I love his. Not only do I love his name, but I love the fact that the end of the thing he's wearing a hat that says tin foil, even though it's not a tin foil hat. It's really funny. But let me play this for you guys. I think this is a good 7-minute, 52-second long video to watch here. So I'm gonna actually mute myself out of the back of the big tramp while I do this, so I don't blow people's speakers up here.
You look at it, today's auction for 30-year U.S. government bonds was an unmitigated disaster, and it's further proof that there is just not enough demand for U.S. government debt, at least not at these prices, which means prices need to fall, interest rates need to rise, and the stock market did not like today's results. What's up?
I got noise in the background, guys, that I can't really talk over, so I'm going to mute myself while this is going on. But I remember yesterday that I told you guys something blew up on October 31st at 1 o'clock p.m. Hopefully you guys remember that. And then yesterday I told you guys, as I was watching the bonds on the 2-year and 10-year yields, I told you that at 1 o'clock again yesterday something else blew up right around 1 o'clock again yesterday. This guy's going to talk about it here. This should be some information that you should listen to.
What's up, guys? I'm Nobody Special, and before we get into just how bad the results of today's 30-year bond auction was, I want to set the table and talk about this relative euphoria that we've seen in the bond market since mid-last week. See, mid-last week, the quarterly refunding announcement came out from the Treasury Department when Secretary Janet Yellen here announced her plans to borrow only $112 billion this week. Now, the market had previously been terrified that she was going to borrow $114 billion this week. And well, that little $2 billion difference apparently was enough to send the bond market soaring as people started piling in the long-duration U.S. government debt, saying the worst was behind us and a new bull market for bonds was here. That is, until today. And here we go, dated just today in Barron's, 30-year Treasury auction breaks bad and sinks stock market. The Treasury's auction of 30-year bonds on Thursday went about as bad as it could, indicating investor reluctance to own long-dated government securities. At the auction of government debt that matures in 30 years, investors were awarded 4.769% in yield, 0.051 percentage points higher than the yield in pre-auction trading. The difference between the two yields, called a tail, indicated a weak auction where the U.S. government had to entice investors with a premium over the market to buy their debt. And that right there is a massive understatement. That 5.1 basis point tail, that is the biggest tail ever recorded in a 30-year government auction. Now, the tail is the difference between the highest yield seen during the auction and the expected yield at the auction. And just to put that in perspective, yesterday's 10-year government bond auction that went pretty well saw just a 0.8 basis point tail. This one saw a 5.1 basis point tail. So the government had to lower the price of that bond until they found enough bidders to sell all the debt that they were issuing. Another indicator of how bad this auction was how much of this stuff that primary dealers had to take home. Primary dealers who buy up supply not taken by investors had to accept 24.7% of the debt on offer, more than double the 12% average for the past year. Primary dealers are mostly the big banks, the people who run these auctions, and whatever doesn't sell, the primary dealers have to take home. That's the price they pay for the privilege of collecting all the fees on these auctions. And today they had to take home almost a quarter of all the debt that was on auction because there just weren't enough buyers. Today's 30-year auction was very weak, wrote Ben Jeffrey, a strategist at BMO Capital Markets. The 30-year auction was part of the government's $112 billion debt sale and followed an uneventful 10-year auction on Wednesday. And again, that $112 billion number, there it is. Everybody was so optimistic about that when they got it last week, just because they were expecting 114, which means the amount of money that the government borrowed this week was only slightly better than absolutely terrible. And it sparked this massive rally rally in the bond market that saw a major drop in treasury yields over the last week or so. And I've been saying on my morning live streams that the underlying weakness in the bond market, the fact that the government is issuing too much supply and there aren't enough buyers, that is unchanged, with the Fed still acting as a net seller of U.S. government debt because they're unwinding their balance sheet, otherwise known as quantitative tightening, and with countries like China and Japan, who have historically been big buyers of U.S. government debt, currently selling our debt. There just haven't been that many buyers in the market, and this is at a time when exploding government deficits are resulting in a huge amount of new bond supply hitting the market, which means lower bond prices and higher bond yields. Another reason why today's 30-year Treasury auction was an unmitigated disaster is something called the bid-to-cover ratio. Now, that measures the total number of bids in the auction versus the total amount of government bonds that were sold at the auction. And as you can see all the way over there on this chart, the bid-to-cover ratio in today's auction was 2.24. That means there was $2.24 of bids for every $1 in bonds that was auctioned off. And while that may seem like a healthy appetite for U.S. government debt, you have to look at the comparable months. That's down from the last auction a month ago that saw about 2.46 in the bid-to-cover ratio. And it's also the lowest that we've seen since right here, December of 2021. This is another indicator that appetite for U.S. government debt is waning at a time when the supply of U.S. government debt is rising. And you can see that 30-year auction on virtually every important chart in the market today. Here we go, right at 1 p.m. Eastern time today. There's your 30-year government bond auction. And all of a sudden, yields right here, this is the 30-year Treasury yield. You can see a big step change up. It ended up closing the day at 4.777%. That is almost 16 basis points higher. Again, the relationship between bond prices and bond yields. If you're seeing these yields going higher, you're seeing those bonds go lower. The price of 30-year U.S. government bonds took a dive today. And it wasn't just the 30-year U.S. Treasury that was affected by this. You can also see it here on the all-important chart of the U.S. 10-year Treasury. A big move up right here.
I love his poop emojis. I gotta talk to this guy. I want to talk to this guy real bad, but he's probably out. I think he's outside my YouTube. Like, I don't know what they call it when the person has like too many viewers and they're like way higher than you, like in a social status and in YouTuberships or something. I don't know what that's called exactly, but whatever it is, he's outside my league. But it would be fun to talk to him though. I like the way this guy presents.
Here at 1300, 1 p.m. Eastern Time, right as those 30-year bond auction results were announced, the 10-year Treasury took a step change higher, ended up closing the day almost 14 basis points higher at 4.634%. And stocks didn't like it either. Check out the S&P 500 today, 1300 Eastern Time. The S&P takes a dive, continues lower throughout the rest of the trading day, snapping an 8-day winning streak for the S&P 500, which closed down 35 points on the day. NASDAQ, same result right there, 1300, big step change down in the charts. NASDAQ ends up closing the day down 129 points, again snapping an 8-day winning streak. And you can even see it here in the DXY, or this is the strength of the US dollar versus other global currencies. At 1300, 1 p.m. Eastern Time, the DXY takes a big step change up. Now it bounced around a little bit, came back down, ended up rising again, closing out the day 38 basis points higher, currently at 105.9. And speaking of some strange happenings in the bond market, check out this one that broke right around the same time as that 30-year bond auction result got announced. Ransomware attack on China's ICBC disrupts Treasury market trades. ICBC, that's the Industrial and Commercial Bank of China, one of the biggest banks in the world. Apparently there's been a hack there, and it's been disrupting their ability to trade U.S. Treasuries. Now, that was just announced today. No word about when the hack actually took place or how long the disruption was. And that's a little suspicious, isn't it? Especially considering some of the stories that we've seen in recent days. Recall we had the Japanese interbank payment settlement system went down a few weeks ago. That was supposedly due to a system upgrade. We had the ACH transfer system went down on Friday last week, preventing people from getting their direct deposits. That was supposedly due to one guy and his fat fingers messing up some data entry. Then Monday we had the Mr. Cooper hack. That's fun. 4.3 million people couldn't pay their mortgages. And now one of the largest banks in China is getting hacked and they can't participate in U.S. Treasury markets. Something is up with our strong and resilient financial system, But what do I know? I'm just a Twitter rando and a conspiracy theorist. I'm sure everything is fine. Oh, by the way, mortgage-backed securities is a mess. Till next time, live small and dream big.
There's something specific he said there that I don't think I caught the first time. I'm going to scroll back here just a second.
Getting their direct deposits. That was
Just a little bit further back.
Stories that we've seen in recent days. Recall we had the Japanese interbank payment settlement system went down a few weeks ago. That was supposedly due to a system upgrade. We had the ACH transfer system went down on Friday last week.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Okay, I forgot about the settlement systems that went down on. I guess when he said Friday, I guess I was thinking it was more the weekend, but it was. I remember now. It was Friday that it went. It went down. I remember now. Okay.
Preventing people from getting their direct deposits. That was supposedly due to one guy and his fat fingers messing up some data entry. Then Monday we had the Mr. Cooper hack. That's fun. 4.3 million people couldn't pay their mortgage.
Okay, yeah. All right. So, yeah, okay. I like this guy. I don't know who he is. I've never ran across him before. First time I saw him. But yeah, nobody special at JG_nuke. He's got 27,000 followers. He's got a mediocre following kind of going on. It's kind of cool. Good for him. Work hard, you get what you deserve. Apex says, I need that hat in my life. I know. That's wrong. What's wrong? You don't like my tinfoil hat? You can make your own tinfoil hat at home out of tinfoil. Believe it or not. It's crazy. I could go through a class. I could show you how to do it if you want. It's actually really simple to do. And you too could have your own tinfoil hat for pennies on the dollar. Nah, that hat is badass. All right. Paula, do I think this is the bottom just joined? No. I'm going to go with a no. Alrighty, guys. It's time to take a look at the numbers. Let's take a look and see what we got going on here. I'm going to take you guys over to the other page. Remember, I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are saying, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. Let me change a setting here real quick. All right. Two-factor authentication. If you don't have it, you may want to get it, as it could prevent somebody from getting into your account that shouldn't be in your account. When you set that up, if your broker allows you to put in a secondary device to be able to receive that access code, probably not a bad idea, as you never know when something is going to happen to your primary device, and you just don't have access. Well, that didn't work. Give me a second. I'm apparently having problems. There we go. There's that, and there's this, and one more. Earlier this morning, when we went over the numbers, Ortex had not updated any numbers yet for the day, so hopefully, maybe we'll see some updated numbers here when we go through the numbers this time. Since this is the first run-through on the numbers for the day-to-day, let me just let you guys know. Oh, son of a gun. Give me a second here. One of these is not set up correctly because I screwed it up. There we go. The price predictions for the day-to-day set by all the individuals on the top left-hand side. It is a tiebreaker. We have a four-way tie. This is not meant as financial advice. It's simply four apes trying to come up with price predictions as best as they possibly can within a certain range, which I'm typing in right now because Eric sent me a message. Give me 1 second. Whatever, okay. All right, so price predictions for the day today. I have 671 to 971. Eric has 723 to 1023. Apex has 750 to 1050, and TB has 7 to 10. So the spread between us is about 81. No, it's a little bit more than that. What is it? 671. Yeah, 81 or 79 cents. There's like a 79-cent spread between our price predictions today. So it's kind of average. It's a pretty good spread. Short exempt volume. Probably one of the most, and I tweeted on this, and if you guys didn't know what the number was, that's the answer. 1.106 million shares in short exempt volume yesterday, guys. That is absolutely massive. A big number is 300,000. So you can see right now that it was almost 4 times the amount of what I consider to be a huge number. Utilization did not get updated on Ortex earlier this morning. Let me give it a quick refresh and see if it's updated at all. There it is, 35.8%. Let me go ahead and update my Excel spreadsheet. 35.8, not 35.08. And we'll take a look at the rest of that Ortex data here in just a minute. And let's see here. Max Pain did drop from $10 down to $9.50. Obviously, with the dilution occurring, Max Pain is never, ever going to be able to account for that. And so there's always going to be a little bit of a price difference on for the closing for the week compared to what Max Pain was predicting. Off exchange volume for the day today. SSR is tripped from yesterday's price movement, and so the numbers for today for or SSR is on, which means that essentially most of our volume going through those off exchanges is going to be lower than typical, mainly because of the fact that sorry, I'm moving pages around here. Mostly due to the fact that whenever SSR is tripped, they usually utilize that short exempt volume more often than they do off exchanges. So by this time of the day, I would normally expect to see about 44% going through off exchange and EDGX to be somewhere between 10 and 11%. As it stands right now, it's about 49.31% going through off exchange, and EDGX is at 8.55. Those numbers are obviously low. I would expect 54% by this time of the day. But it's 57.86, so it's not too low. It's actually a little bit higher than expected by about 3.86, but do remember I'm about 10-15 minutes behind schedule right now on doing numbers, so part of that reason for that is that it's already a couple minutes past the time I would normally take a look at these numbers. CHX volume for the day today is 400 shares, not a whole lot going on through there as of yet, and we might see that actually spike a little bit more later. And then CHX volume for GME is at 500 shares. Nothing unusually large on that either. Taking a look at institutional ownership, this number is going to continue to drop pretty rapidly up until the 15th of this month. Sitting at 139.782 million shares owned by institutions. And is now being reported as 139.889. Let me give me a second here to fix that. All right, moving on. Options. Highest amount of call volume so far for the day today. Let's see where we're at. Highest amount of call volume for the day today is at an $8.50 strike. Yesterday it was 9, so that's dropped by 50 cents. And currently we have 6.6 thousand contracts. That's quite a bit of volume. Normally we'd see around 3,500 contracts would be normal. Highest amount of put volume is at an $8 strike, and there's currently 8.5 thousand contracts, which means the market's kind of estimating a closing price between $8 and $8.50 by the end of the day today. And that happens to be right within that range of 821 that I predicted for a closing price for the day. So I'm feeling pretty good about that prediction right now. Taking you guys over to Ortex real quick here. Let's take a look at our numbers. Oh, borrowed change amount. Woo-wee, look at that. 5.33 million shares borrowed so far for the day today. That we're on a big borrow rate for sure. That's obviously going to make the estimated short share interest, the free float, rise. Whoa, look at the number. massively jumping here. We must have had new reporting in short interest that was being underreported, and they had to change their numbers to reflect that short interest that was actually higher. So we're back up to 10.39%. Gotta love it. Let's check out what these numbers look like here, guys. Hold on a second. I'm going to drive in on this just a tad bit here so we can see this more closely. All right, so here's our utilization day over day driving upwards from 31.01% to 35.8%. On loan amount would have increased usually when utilization increases. Went from 13.74 million shares on loan to 17.38 million shares on loan overnight. Whew, that's a big jump. 17.38. Hold on a second here. I got to add this up because I wasn't able to earlier this morning. 13.74. That's an increase by 3.64 million shares on loan. Now, why the jump in the estimated short share interest of the free float so high? Right? Look at this jump here. Estimated short share interest of the free float jumping from about, let's see, what are we at? 6.18 yesterday, all the way up to 9.65 this morning. Obviously, the extra additional short share interest of the free float that puts us over 10 is from the amount of shares that have been borrowed already today. There's only one reason why this ever happens, and it's usually because the estimated, remember this is always an estimated amount because the reported amount of short interest is always lagging by 15 days. So if you want to see why that's the case, it's because the amount of estimated short interest was underneath the last reported amount that just came in. So, over the last 15 days, they were estimating a decrease in short interest, and there was actually an increase in short interest. I want to say about a month ago, I told you guys this is exactly what was going to happen, that they were going to be underestimating the amount of short interest that was going to be accruing as price was running up, and they were going to be estimating closing of positions when in actuality we would see an increase in positions like this. If you'll remember, I'll jog your memory here and I'll say this has happened almost every single time we have ever seen massive run-ups. Here's the run-up into June of 2021, and as you can see here, they estimated closing of short interest, and what actually happened? Short interest was rising. The actual amount of short interest was rising. Here's another example of something like that. This is actually they got the numbers right here on this one. Let me see. There is another example of this. I remember showing you. It might have been pre-January. Yeah, I think this is probably the one right here that I would show you guys. No, maybe not. Hold on a second here. Let me zoom out just a tad bit because I can't see everything. Where is... I know there's another instance of this that I can show you. I thought there were... Maybe it was GME that I was showing it on before last time. I may have showed you this same instance where this occurred on GME, where they predicted that the short interest was closing, but it was actually rising. Oh, is this it? This might be it right here. This is just before. So this is just before. This is where we saw the sharp increase in price on the announcement that they were going to merge Ape back into AMC. You can see that they were estimating that short interest was closing, but in actuality, the reported short interest was rising and not falling. And that was during a period of time where price was moving upwards. There's another instance of it. So that's essentially what happened this time. Underreporting, guesstimating that short interest was closing, but it was actually increasing. Taking a look at, let's see here, what's next? On loan average age per day. Whenever you have whenever there's a large portion of shares that are taken on in loan shares, this is always going to cause the on loan average age per day to drop massively, especially with this kind of day over day 3.3 3.64 million shares having been loaned yesterday. This is going to be dropping hard. So it went from 31.29 down to 25.45. And then the security lending volume day over day increasing. As a result, it went from 2.38 million up to 4.38. Does this mean we got our failure to deliver data? Nope, of course not. We could only hope. If only we could have gotten failure to deliver data. That would have been nice. Oh well. That sucks. All right, moving on. Probably giving you guys all stomach aches watching the screen flash like that. You're like, I can't handle this. MMRI earlier this morning was at 302. It's now 302.35. So it is rising a little. Orders by Fidelity customers, AMC and GME are the only two that I'm looking for on this list. AMC is on the list. I do not. Let me just check one more time. I don't see GME on here. AMC is on the list here. We have a 64.53% buy to 35.47% sell ratio. We're looking really good on that buy-sell ratio. Anything over 60-40 is good in my opinion. I like where we're at. We're looking pretty decent. Doing a good job. SSR is on today after having triggered yesterday at I think price was like $8.20 or something like that. Trigger price today is $7.84. Remains on after having triggered yesterday. Shares available to borrow after returned shares this morning. It does not look like they have borrowed any more shares. Only been returning shares. Fees have dropped from 0.8% or fees have dropped from 0.8 to 0.7%. As of right now, in regards to options. Man, I feel bad for people playing options right now. We have 135.4 thousand contracts out of the money on the calls versus 2.8 thousand contracts that are in the money. 35,000 contracts are out of the money on puts versus 35.6 thousand contracts that are in the money. They're probably getting ripped new derriers. Taking a look at the different indexes, we've got NASDAQ up 0.57, Dow Jones is up 0.24, and the S&P 500 is up 0.36. Even with those large increases on those, we still have more decliners than advancers in the market. We have 2,922 decliners to 2,826 advancers. So not necessarily all roses and whatever else other things that smell good besides roses. Carnations. I don't know. That's actually one of my favorite smelling flowers is a carnation. I think they smell so good. Let's see here. Banks. Big bank movers for the day today. I'm only going to read off anything plus or minus 2.5% or greater. FRC is down 33.33%. Silvergate's up 3.74%. And that may be the end of the banks that I'll be reading off. It is. Ethereum Classic is down 1.26 and on a very small uptrend after having been on a downtrend. The US dollar is currently down 0.04 and I'm going to call it consolidating. Oil is up 0.39 but starting to trend down for the day. Mortgage-backed securities are up anywhere from 0.45 to 0.52 and consolidating. Looks like actually BlackRock's is consolidating. Yeah, they're both consolidating. I don't know what the hell I'm talking about. SPY is up 0.3% and consolidating. VIX is down 2.09 and gapped down at market open this morning and is currently consolidating. VBR is up 0.2 and trending slightly up. VB is up 0.06 and consolidating. Tesla is down 1.37 and trending down. Amazon is down 0.05 and consolidating. Cinemark is down 3.78 and trending down. Doge is up 0.12, trending slightly up after having been in a downtrend. Bitcoin is up 1.03 and trending up after actually. Let's go with consolidating. It's consolidating right now. GME is down 0.39 and consolidating since its downtrend from earlier or drop in market price. It came back up and it looks like it's kind of consolidating right now. HYMC is down 16.6% right now and trending down. NCMI is down 1.16 and trending down. Hood is up 2.59 and slightly trending up. AMC is down 6.78 and trending down. Inflow versus outflow so far for the day. Today we have approximately $3.4 million more inflow than outflow. 8.63 million shares traded so far. Wow. We're on a pretty good pace right now after 37 minutes worth of 57 minutes worth of trading. We're on pace for 59.18 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested somewhere between 20 and 40 million, and I feel pretty comfortable about that volume prediction as of this moment. On a 4-hour time interval, there's currently more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 27.25, which is signaling oversold. On a 1-hour time interval, we have more. It's hard to tell. It looks like equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 28.4, signaling oversold. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 24.94, we're signaling oversold. On a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 27.55, signaling oversold. Everything's oversold right now. So on a 1-hour time interval, as far as Ichimoto goes, with dilution, indicators like Ichimoto, anything having to do with an oscillator or a momentum indicator are going to be thrown out the door. There's no point in even looking at those for probably a good week at the least, I would say. So I'm going to go ahead and read this off to you and tell you what I'm seeing on the chart here, but this data is with the dilution, you can't really rely on this because it doesn't really accurately support the idea of actual buying pressure and selling pressure. So because the market, and the reason I say that is because the market's trying to price in the dilution, and all that, everything that's being traded right now is not reflective of actual buying pressure and selling pressure. So the lagging line's below price line. Conversions below base, and the prices, in order to break the cloud today, going to need to be, by the end of the day, above 975. But I went ahead and said 1050 breaks the cloud because most of the day today it's around 1050 price range. So seeing 1050 or higher would be a sign of some heavy buying pressure that would kick in. I'm not expecting that by any means whatsoever at all. We have... 1050 would be the number we would have to see to get that buying pressure. On a 4-hour chart, we got lagging line below price line, conversions below base. Again, we are well below the cloud for the day today, which ends the day out at around $10.11. However, lagging line would have to go above price line, which means we'd have to see something above 1143 at some given point today. So I put 1150 down as the big buy signal for today. Obviously, those numbers are well outside the range because of the reduction in price due to pricing in the dilution that's occurring right now, and so that's why we're not going to see any of those kind of signals hitting today. Somebody asked me yesterday about where I felt maybe we could start seeing a price return to back to a $10 range. I told them Friday at the earliest would be when we could see potentially maybe 10 again. I'm going to extend that out and say that there's a very good, strong possibility that we won't be breaking back through any kind of red clouds going until maybe even the later portion of next week. So I think we're going to see a little bit of more downwards momentum here in price movement for the next day to 2 days, followed by some. We should be seeing some green trading by mid to Tuesday or Wednesday of next week, right? Because this is going to be Monday. By Tuesday of next week, we should start seeing a little bit of an uptrend again, and starting to feel a little bit better about everything that's been happening here. And why do I say that? Because it's going to play out very, very similarly to what happened last time when there was dilution, which was right here. And you can see that there was about 3 or 4 days of downwards momentum before seeing an upwards trend. It did trend back down a little bit for a little while. There's kind of like some stagnant movement with a slight downtrend, and then it started taking off again, and that's when we finally broke $10. So I would expect something like this to play out very, very, very similarly again, just maybe at a higher price point for the next run up. Which when I'm looking at this, this is actually really funny that this would look like this. But the daily chart right here is almost showing you exactly where that's going to occur at. The daily chart suggesting like mid-December is where we would break through a red cloud here. As you know, that's where it's showing where the strength for the breakthrough, some kind of top side to above 1050 or higher. It would be like it's showing up right around like mid-December. So expect something like this to play out. Very, very much. I don't normally look at the Ichimoto on a daily, but I think I think it's I think it can be done. I think you can look at a daily chart and look at it and say like, okay, is there data here that will suggest that there might be a breakthrough point? And I do think that this can be looked at on a daily chart for sure. With that, I think that's all I got for you guys. Thank you, thank you. I didn't even know I had anybody back in the back of the Big Tramp. I yield my time to you. What we got? We got Pirate. Pirate's in here this morning. Good morning, Pirate. How you doing today? Did you wake up on the left or the right side of the bed? It's going to be one of those kind of days.
Oh, I was responding to you, and I had my microphone turned off. I said I woke up right down the middle, like you used a T-square. How are you this morning, Captain?
Where was your wife sleeping if you were right in the middle?
We've slept in separate beds for some time now. I have a California king, and it's all to myself.
Dang, that's nice.
Yeah.
That is really nice. No animals? You don't have any animals that sleep with you, or?
No, we have strict rules about my my west wing. And that door's closed. That's off limits to the entire tribe.
Okay, all right. Well, that's cool. I understand, man. I've lived with people that snore like animals. I'm just teasing you.
Well, many reasons. Pirate flails around in her sleep. She's fighting off demons or something. I don't know, but
that's all good, man. Don't worry about it.
I want my rest, and when you have enough bedrooms, everyone can have their own little space.
Mm-hmm. Let's see. Ariel says, Casey, are we currently near the bottom? 8 seems to be a floor. I don't think so. Not yet. We got, like I said, we got about 2 or 3 more. We got about 2 to 3 tops more days of downwards momentum. But I don't think that it's going to hurt nearly as much as it did as yesterday. It's always that initial day where it's like, it takes your breath away a little bit. You're just kind of like, uh-oh. But I do feel like we'll probably see something around like 821 for a close today, which is exactly where we're at right now. That's my estimates. Now, if something breaks in the market, everything that I've said is completely wiped off the board because all kinds of crazy stuff can happen, right? So I'm making assumptions that banks aren't going to start closing down and telling their customers that they don't have their money. I'm making a lot of assumptions here about and the really rough part about that is I've already told you guys that by 11, I think it was 11, 14, or 15, plus or minus a couple days, that we should see some kind of major failure in the market. So, so I'm literally telling you two different things. I'm telling you AMC's projected price movement should look very similar to the last time we had dilution, but I'm also telling you that there may be a failure in the market, that a massive failure in the market that's going to occur here within the next week. And I'm kind of anticipating like Wednesday of next week for that to occur, plus or minus a couple days. And if that's the case, then all bets are off. Who knows what's going to happen then? Xi from China is coming next week to speak with Biden. Yeah. That, hopefully dialogue, right? Like I think dialogue is a very important thing. I think having open communications with people from around the world is always important to do. Anytime those communications cease to exist, then we tend to end up having major problems. So I'm glad that he's going to speak with China because I think for all of us, I think for everybody involved, that's a good thing. Even when
so many things I could say about that, but I'm going to be on my best behavior to make this Friday fun.
even
Very
even
fun. So
even when people don't agree on things at all, it's better to have some kind of dialogue than no dialogue. Because it shows that you're trying to work on something. It's when you fail to work on it that you have a complete breakdown, and that usually turns into bad things for a lot of people. Dario D. Dario D says maybe they'll understand each other. Usually Biden speaks Chinese. That's messed up. Johan says, I believe AMC is a hedge against the upcoming market crash. I would tend to agree with you. Interesting question, Papa Mac. Um, in the 8K filing that AMC put out, it does state inside that 8K filing. I think it was an 8K filing, wasn't it? Oh, maybe it was the 424B5 prospectus. Sorry, the 425. I said the wrong thing. In the 425 or 424B5 prospectus, it does state in there. We may instruct the sales agents not to sell any shares of Class A common stock if the sales cannot be effected at or above the price designated by us in any such instruction. They also mention elsewhere in here that they are going to be in control of when the shares are sold, and in quantities, and it sounds to me like AMC is giving the ability for them to be able to decide a lot of different parameters for the selling of the shares. So in regards to your question, AMC did seem to give themselves a lot of discretion in the share offering. Casey, $8 puts grown like crazy. Is this the hedging mostly and driving price down to collect on those puts? Well, they usually like to. What is NSYNC? I don't know what that is.
In sync.
In sync. Oh. I don't speak pop music, boy band pop music.
Well, it is
Sorry,
Doug
Doug.
after all. So
Sorry, Doug, but I don't speak boy band shorthand. I'm like NSY. Did he mean NYSC? I'm trying to like make up. I'm trying to figure out what. I'm trying to figure out what. Okay, in sync. Okay, let me read it again here. Case is very, very weird, but AMC and Hood is in sync ever since Dilution. Well, it seemed to me like Hood's up right now, 2.02%. So I don't know. We're very in sync right now. But the NSYNC or Hood, I keep thinking NSYNC. Hood was definitely down quite a bit over the last couple days. In case he thought it was a ticker.
no, Doug, he's apologized. He's got a picture of Mark Wahlberg on his wall. He's apologizing to it right now. Don't you listen to that mean man?
You know what? Like this is when they filmed. I live really super close to where they filmed that first movie with Mark Wahlberg and in Transformers, and I have this deathly fear that one day I will meet Mark Wahlberg in person and have to like say hi to him. And the only thing that's going to come out of my mouth, and I just know it's going to happen, is I'm going to be, Marky Mark, how's it going, man? I know. I'm going to completely...
You know he gets it on the regular. You know he gets it on the regular.
No, I guarantee you, not unless somebody's really good friends with them, and I don't even know the guy, so it's like, I can only imagine that, because so what I'm saying about the Transformers thing is I was really worried I was going to run into him. There's a scene in the Transformers movie where they're in a gas station. Maybe you might remember this or not. That's actually not a gas station. It was the image that they showed outside the window was someplace else. The actual scene was filmed in a barbecue restaurant that's right near the house that they filmed him in. And I have been to that barbecue place, and that's the kind of thing where I thought like, oh my god, what if I accidentally run into Marky Mark somewhere just by accident? I was like, if I run into him and I say Marky Mark, I'm going to hate myself forever. He's going to hate me forever. I'm going to be like, it's not a good way to start.
Does that apply across all celebrities? I mean, is it like John Cougar Mellencamp? Is it a
I don't
social
know.
faux pas to call him Johnny Cougar? You know, a lot of those guys, they have to
I don't
hate
know. I don't know. You can call him Dirk Diggler. Oh man, I just know that's how I know him, man. It's Marky Mark.
He played a pretty good part in that movie. What was it called? Brothers, where the lady adopted 3 boys from a bad part of town, and she ends up getting killed by a gang, and him and his 2 brothers seek justice. That was a pretty good flick.
Sorry, Alex has got me going. Bring up the Marky Mark workout video. He'll love you for that one. I know that's the only thing I can think of.
Oh, say it isn't true. He does. He has like a workout video.
Oh,
reel.
dude, it's I don't know about a workout video, but I think I know which song he's talking about. It's not a workout video. It's just the Sweet Vibrations, I think is what it's called.
Oh, okay. I thought he put out like a workout video, like Suzanne Summers with the Thigh Master or something like that.
Oh, good vibrations, I think is what it is. Here. I'll play it. Tell me when you're ready for me to play it, and I'll play it, and you'll know just by hearing it. Right, tell me. Oh, right. Okay, here we go.
Yeah. You feel it, baby? I do too.
Yeah, I feel it, Marky Mark. I feel it too. Bring it, Marky Mark. Come on, let's go. Go. Oh, swinging. Yeah. Let's go. I'm swinging. Wait for it. Here it comes. Literally, that's gonna be going through my head if I ever meet him in person, I'm gonna be sitting there. That's the only thing that will be going through my head the whole time. I won't.
Yeah, that song played in every nightclub from coast to coast Friday nights through the 80s.
Oh boy.
Doesn't that
Good old
have
Mark.
Ice Cube, or it has Ice T in it as well, rapping, doesn't it? Isn't that the same song?
I don't know. That's good. That's good. I don't know. I don't recall that. Maybe. Was that Martha, the great Martha Wash on vocals? Mark and Danny Wahlberg are far better at acting than singing. You don't say. Oh, who hurt you, Rick? Somebody hurt Rick.
Bye-bye. Go play somewhere else. Adults are working here. Here's a cookie. Run along, play with the other children. Run along now.
Poor little Rick. Rick got hurt. Oh, I feel a little bad for Rick. He's a little hurt. Let's see here. Shills get cookies, Bob says. And Bob's like, I'm gonna shill now. I want cookies.
I was glad you played the clip from Nobody Special Guy. That was they were very informative, and it does a real good job of kind of dumbing down how the bond market affects everybody, everyone.
Yeah.
There's a lot to be learned from that. If anybody doesn't understand bonds or is new to the game, they can watch that about 2 times, 3 times back to back and learn at least the basics of how the game is interconnected.
Like I said, I don't know who he is. This is literally, I think, the first time I've ever run across any of his stuff. I don't. Yeah, it looks like he's got a YouTube channel. Let me look it up here. I don't know anything about him. So
the only reason I seen it is because I follow you on Twitter and or X or whatever it's called, and you had watched it, and so by default I say, well, if it's good enough for KC, perhaps it's worth my time. So I watched it, and I was very impressed with it.
He's got what that's see.
Good
I
stuff.
try.
Good
I
stuff.
try. I try to make sure that everything that I tweet has some kind of value or importance. I try not to get into arguments with people because I know people see that, and
it goes a long ways. Goes a long ways towards having people value your opinion. I got into a discourse this morning with somebody about, if you want to be taken seriously, sometimes you have to mitigate what you say and how you say it in order that your words carry weight going forward. And I think you do a great job of that.
I do though. I step into those poop piles all the time though, and I can't help myself. Like I've done it my whole life. I can't avoid. I have this like massive. If there was one character flaw that I would say that I'm absolutely wonderful at is stepping into arguments that I just don't need to be stepping into. I love, and it probably comes from the fact that my dad being a lawyer, growing up in a household where
like the
debating. Well, yeah. See, it's funny because I call it debating. Everybody else calls it arguing. So I tend to call it arguing because that's what everybody else calls it. And but that's really what it comes down to. I will debate anything. I literally will debate anything. And it doesn't even matter which side. I'll take either side. It doesn't matter. I will do it just to.
Yeah, I live for it. I live for it as well.
I'll tell you why that is. Do you know why it's so important to debate things with people? And this is just personally for myself why I feel this way. Not everybody has to live this way, but for me it's important because it helps me to find strength or value in the things beliefs that I have in my life. So in other words, like let's say I was to debate like a really hot topic like abortion or something like that, right? I could take the pro or the con side to the debate. For or against it, right? And it doesn't really matter which side I'm taking, but what you have to present to me from your side is what gives me value, right? Like your perspective. And I think that's a really important thing in life, is understanding that everybody has a different story to tell in their life. And when you can extract that story out of somebody, and you can take that and you can try and learn or have empathy for the story, for their past history and their knowledge, then you've just suddenly gained a piece of knowledge that you never had before. So that debate becomes super powerful for you. Even if you're debating the wrong side, or not, I shouldn't say the wrong side, the side that you don't believe in, it still gives you the ability to be able to hear something that maybe you didn't have a perspective on before. You're a master debater, Casey. You know it. So yeah, it's and I think that's the part.
I would agree. Yeah. I tend to desire to be right on things, or to know as much as I can about any given subject. So I see it as an opportunity to perhaps review or change my position based on the other person's debate skills. If I can drill down on them enough to where I become convinced that that it's well founded, and that I guess in the sense that they've proved me wrong, and in that sense I can improve or do better, or mark it down as just one more piece of evidence that I'm correct in my initial assessment. So I'm more selfish about it.
Sam says, you see college debate classes today, just call the other person a Nazi.
Nice. Yeah.
You know, it's I read an article or I read something one time that says, like, it had like a percentage, like if a debate lasts over a certain period of time, usually it devolves at some point into something involving either Nazis or nukes. every debate,
given enough time, that's where all roads lead to Rome.
Yeah. That's like, that's messed up.
All roads lead to Rome.
Violence. That's what it all comes down to, is violence. Hey, JJ305. Just so you know, we try to. This is for your own safety. It's not like we're not trying to be assholes around here. I promise. Do note that one of the rules on here for the channel is that that you not share your position. There are people out there that want to cause you harm, and while I understand that you probably want to take that risk on and let that be your decision, what I don't want to do is I'm creating a historical document here for the world to see in the future, and so everybody just has 10 shares, and it's really to just kind of help you. So hope you can understand. But the other part to that too is that we don't talk about other stocks here. I forgot about that part.
Yeah, it was kind of a multiple thing, the whole noooo.
Yeah,
and also it goes a long way, KC, towards ensuring that everyone's voice, to some extent, based on their intellect, carries as much weight with the other participants in chat, regardless of how immense or small their position is. It kind of takes that element out of there, and I like that.
I've ran into that a couple times where I've had some people tell me, like, I've got millions of dollars invested in this,
right.
And as if their position
that makes their point is more valid. Yeah, exactly.
Right, and when you start talking about all people equal, you can't sit there and say, like, I have more shares, so my value should be deemed more valuable than anybody else's opinion in this, and it's like, no. You're just as much as anybody else.
If you think about it real quick, it shows a lack of a judgment, because in terms of how much of their discretionary cash, the person that only has one share, he could be far more stretched out on this than a guy who has 1 million shares, if it represents a bigger portion of his total net worth. So just using the number itself doesn't exactly express the level of commitment that the holder has. So it's futile.
Doug says, I should have bailed him out of mowing the yard, and I failed. I'm not sure what I could have possibly have said that would have helped you to get out of that. Is it raining? That's right. I forgot. It rains every day in Florida, right? If it's raining, how do you mow your lawn? You're not supposed to mow your lawn on a rainy day. Doug? Don't mow your grass on rainy days. It's really bad for it.
No, Doug, it's Veterans Day weekend that you of all people are entitled to skip mowing the lawn with your one
Oh,
fucking leg.
shit, I totally
So
forgot about that. Hold on a second here. Is it
there,
wait, is that
I'll
is that
fix it for you, Doug.
hold on a second. That's today?
Yeah, I think it's Monday or something or Saturday or something like I don't know,
Is it
but I
today?
know it's upon us. You know, Tom D was talking this morning. I think today is the birthday of the Marine Corps. I think Tom was a jarhead, but today is I might be wrong on that as well, but I think it's the 240. I think he said the 248th birthday of the Marine Corps. But, yeah, Doug says it's the 11th. So salute to all you men and women who wore the uniform in defense of your country. I salute you.
Here, here. Same. Thank you for your service. I always say that to my mom, and my mom doesn't like it because she's like, I had fun.
Yeah, right.
Doesn't
There's
matter.
far
You're
worse
safe.
ways far worse careers that a person could choose.
Yeah. In regards to the video about the bonds, I will post the link to the post that I put up so you can find it there if you want to, and I'll pin it to the top in case you want to go see it. Tomorrow is Veterans Day.
Thank you, Teresa.
Thank you.
I knew it was this weekend, and that's the closest I could bring it.
Yunhua says, what news would make you happy if they were to disclose what they're doing with the money, or do you doubt that they do? What do you think they are up to? Phew, man, I have no idea. I don't know. I wouldn't even begin to know where to start because there's so many different ideas I can think of that I think are great ideas that the money could be used towards. I feel like I could sit here and like just name off like tons of them. But as far as what would make me happy, some kind of deal with the NFL would be freaking amazing. That would be, I think that would be really amazing. I think it would be a huge opportunity.
Be another earthquake. It would be
yeah,
another earthquake.
It would be a massive earthquake. The other one that I'm thinking of off the top of my head that I think would be a massive earthquake as well is some kind of gaming deal as well. But I don't think AMC wants to go down that road. So, but I do think there is billions upon billions of dollars in the gaming industry that could be milked. Is that the right word? That's probably a bad thing to say.
No, that's a big market, and I've often wondered if you could, much like you could at the dog track or watching the horses race at the Triple Crown or something, if you could walk up to the concession stand and place a wager on a athletic event that you're watching with friends and having drinks, if that couldn't be value added as far as entertainment goes. I know you can trade, anyone today can gamble with their cell phone, but that's not the same. That's not the same as walking up to a ticket window and placing a wager and then watching the event. Well, there's a possibility that could be done if handled properly.
I'm telling you right now, though, if AMC were to ever get a deal with the NFL in order to be able to show stuff, games, then they better make sure that they have those games played in different movie theaters. Like one team gets one movie theater and another team, because there's just no way that you want to stack in a bunch of Raiders fans with a bunch of I don't know, pick any other team. You do not want to fill a room full of
putting the Crips and the Bloods in the same room.
Yes,
to watch a concert.
Yeah, not a good idea. Not a good idea. Definitely need to.
Aren't soccer fans somewhere in that? Don't I see stuff in Europe about soccer fans breaking out into these giant melees?
Yeah, actually, that's. I don't know. Soccer's not very. I say soccer's not popular in the U.S., but it might actually. Let me see
It has a
what's.
rising. I think it's an up and comer, but I was just speaking more in terms of how the fans, the inter team rivalries breaks out into physical violence. I know I see some of that played out kind of entertaining on YouTube clips.
Let's see here. Yeah, I don't. I'm looking at some of the numbers here for streaming revenue for soccer in the U.S. and it's pretty low. I don't know that there's. I don't think there's much money there for that. I mean, there is some, but I don't think if you're gonna get the bang for your buck, I think NFL is the way to go.
Yeah, I would agree. In the United States, for now, NFL football reigns supreme. But I think that if you could, there are several restaurants who operate out of the same building, but during the day they're more restaurant, and during the night they're more nightclub. At least in our part of Florida, that's a big thing. And I could see if it was structured properly, I could see how it could be a family-friendly environment through the bigger part of the day for viewing movies and concert footage. But in the evenings and around the sporting events, I could see it being more of an adult atmosphere with gambling. It's something that would I think would warrant careful consideration.
Sorry, Doug. We tried, man. He apparently he's gonna have to mow still. Mr. Loco says fights is the way to go in boxing or UFC. Yeah, I think there's definitely some opportunity there as well. Gambling and strip club.
Yeah,
Yeah, let's just yeah no. Doug, thank you for your efforts too. Real life gladiator fighting with real tigers and lions. I'd pay to see that. Oh, look at that. Haas coming in to let me know I take my I haven't taken my medication in a couple days, and it's been due to the fact that I've been on a regimen of NSAIDs that aren't supposed to be mixed with that blood pressure medication. But since you're
it's
here,
like you have your own personal physician's assistant, or
yeah, I
maybe
know.
maybe more like a nurse in a lunatic asylum that comes around, hands out meds to all the crazies.
Since Haas asked about,
Time for your
I'm gonna
pills.
I'm gonna take my blood pressure right now and see how it is since I've been off the blood pressure medication for a few days and see if I need to start it back up right away or not. So thanks for reminding me, Ha. I appreciate that. You're gonna hear my my pump in the background. It does it 3 times. Always 3. Look at that, Ha. Look how much impact Ha has had on people. It's just reminding people to take their medication every day. That's awesome.
Pill bottles opening up from coast to coast globally on Haas prompting.
Pump, but don't pump.
I feel a little jaded. I feel a little offended that he didn't prompt me for a gummy. I mean, hook a
Well,
brother up. I mean,
you no, you take yours later in the day normally.
looking out for. Well, I like sometimes to have a little something, a little eye opener.
Hmm. I'll tell you another thing I would love to see AMC do. I want to see him say that they're going to start production on a new movie. I mean, he did seem to be pretty adamant about. I mean, obviously, I understand why he wants the actors' strike to end. But what if AMC wants to produce their own movie? Wouldn't that be something?
I don't want to speak for him, but I think that was censored content's take on this big cash raise was that they're going to develop the whole distribution thing works so well for them that they're going to develop that even farther into production, and then so he may be onto something there.
Yeah, I think that may be the way to go. I really do. I think producing things is going to be a good, strong way for them to be able to make money. Yunhua says, just took my pills with caffeine. That's awesome. All right. I can tell my blood pressure is high, but I'm going to get the reading here in a second. Ooh, boy. All right. Time to start taking my meds again. 141 over 91. All right. I'm going to get up from my chair. I will be right back. I'm going to go take my medication. Be right back. Give me a second. All right, I'm back. Nana's like, that's not high. She's like, you haven't seen high. Oh, man. Thanks, Nana. I needed that. What distribution means and its function for the company. Ruby Doobie says, fellas on the voice, Casey and the other gentleman. That's Pirate. Can you guys please describe more in detail what distribution means and its function for the company?
Good question.
And also we have Big Show 7938 that's back here as well. In regards to distribution, I don't know. I don't know if I have an answer. I don't know. I mean, I guess I would assume that distribution, part of that has to probably do with advertising. Let me look it up though. Let's see.
Well, it's similar. It's similar to being a distributor of beverages or any other item. Uh, when a product is sent out into the market, usually the producer of the product hires somebody that's in charge of disseminating it, and in much the way that AMC helped get Taylor Swift's product into Cinemark. That's a function of a distributor. They help make sure that all the, whether it be film stock, physical, what is it, 70 millimeter film stock, or if it's a digital download, they ensure that the people who've paid their licensing fees receive all of that content so that they can put it out there and sell it, and then they collect the revenue. And then they're in charge of a vast array of responsibilities that have to do with putting product out there from a either a film studio or a music producer, or Elvis Presley. And then but production or being a producer is different from being a distributor, and that they have an active role in actually creating the product. And
Right.
hopefully that's
Yeah,
that's a Reader's Digest version. But
the distributor portion of it, and I'm just looking it up right here, really does have a lot to do with like the advertising of whatever it is that you're going to be putting out there. So somebody comes up to you and they say, "Hey, look, I want you to show X, Y, Z or something like that, or I want you to get it out there." They're going to go around and they're going to try and get as many people as possible to fill the seats as a distributor, right? They're going to try and get the ticket sales. That's going to get the person who's giving them the business the best chances at profit for whatever it is that they're going to be distributing.
coordinating opening date weekends and deciding things of that nature. So it's more a function of like the plumbing, if you will, helping to make it happen. Let me add this to it. If AMC is the distributor, just take Taylor Swift for instance, because they were the distributor, they weren't limited to just dealing with Taylor Swift's concert as it pertained to showing in AMC theaters. They had a role. They played a role in everybody who wanted to play that, so they distributed it out through all the other venues that wished to charge patrons to see that, like Cinemark and what have you. And then in doing so, they got a percentage of that, and that's a really cool thing because you're literally making money off your competitors in the same market.
Yeah, that's the key part right there, right? Like even
Sure.
even when Cinemark or Regal or any of the other movie theaters are making money, especially if it's a production of something that they want a piece of that action, you make money off that as well. You're not just making money
Right.
off of you showing it, but you're making the money off of others showing it as
Yeah.
well. That's the big portion of it, probably more than anything. But I was talking about uh, production, being a production company versus being a distributor. I would like to see them actually producing something themselves. Like
To
that's
have a hand in the creation
right. Because
of
if
the
they can
product
if they can
from cradle to the end. Yeah.
if they can produce and they can distribute and they can show, now you're a triple threat. You got everything.
Right. Exactly. Good. There's a if you think about it in the simplest terms, there's a reason like people like Mel Gibson, to pick any big uh, top shelf actor, at some point in their careers they become producers. If not for other projects that they deem worthy that they have to finance themselves, if for no other reason than they know their product is marketable and valuable, and why not keep that money in house? So they hire staff and take on the responsibilities of the production portion of their craft, the movie making, and then their wealth grows exponentially faster because of that.
Ruby Dooby, you're welcome. Absolutely. Real Rugged says, any idea on how many shares from the offering has been sold or if shares are even actively being sold? With larger volume like we're seeing right now, I think it's a pretty sure sign that shares are being sold off into the marketplace. And I think using my handy dandy little Excel spreadsheet, we'll have to take a look at. We're going to need to see averaging down of price. So if you I'm stumbling a little bit here on how to try to explain this, but if you go back to the daily charts for the last time that we had dilution, started on the 6th. I think they made the announcement on the 14th that it had been completed. And you could see there was a pretty full cycle of price moving downwards and then coming back up and peaking. And I'm pretty sure that they had finished selling off shares probably by as early as the 11th, but I'm pretty sure they started on the 6th. You can see the spike in volume that occurred. Volume started to fall gradually, and it settled, and volume got back to normal after the announcement was completed. We're going to see something very similar like that happen. My guesstimate is that when we do find the bottom, wherever the bottom ends up being, as price starts running back up again, we're going to be looking for that day high that it gets to, and it'll probably be the same day that they make the announcement that they've completed the shares being sold into the marketplace. And what I would do is I would just take the average price between the bottom and the top of those 2 points. I would plug it into my little handy dandy calculator formula that I have here, and it'll probably give me a pretty good idea as to what that how many outstanding shares it's going to be. I might be able to give you guys an idea as to what that's how many shares it's going to be hours before it's announced. Maybe, if I'm lucky. So that's what we're going to be looking for here, is something very, very similar to that happening, a repeat of that. So we'll look for some bottom that's going to drop in here. It'll probably be, I'm guesstimating, I don't know, it could be as low as 750. I don't know. It's hard to say. Let me see something real quick here. I don't know, probably 775 is what I'm thinking, maybe somewhere right around there. And then maybe we'll start seeing price rising back up. I don't know how high it'll go. Maybe up to like 835, and so we'll get like some kind of average price point in there of maybe something around $8, and then I'll be able to tell you how many shares they sold off at an $8 price point. That's gonna be a lot of shares. It'll be way more than 40 million, but we'll find out. We'll find out when we start seeing price move in the other direction, and it starts to stabilize.
Hello, Casey. Hello, Pirate.
Howdy.
Do we have any new data on Ortex or on Fintel? Did they fix up the data
Which data?
with the fails to delivers and the amount of shares the institution own?
No.
No.
No, Fintel, you're
He's a
Fintel,
fuck.
Fintel data is not going to be out until probably after the 15th of this month. And then in regards to failure to delivers, I have no idea why we have not gotten that yet, but we have not. Let me check one more thing real quick here, because I said no, but I didn't check one thing. Yeah, no data still.
They circulated a memo, Pepperoni, and it.
No, I think we won't be able to see any data unless all the shares will be sold in the stock market. I mean,
I can't tell you this. We did get the reported amount of short interest on AMC, and it was higher than estimates, which means our short share interest of the free float's back up to 10.16% right now.
that's still low. But
It
anyway.
is. It is still low. Yep. But on the other hand, when you consider the fact that so far for the day to day, we've already had 5 million shares borrowed for the day to day. If something like that were to transfer over, that 10.16 could very quickly jump to like 13 to 14% in a single day. So it could very quickly jump. Yuanha says, why don't they announce good news while they are diluting? There would probably be some huge ramifications on that would be considered market manipulation if you're going to be making announcements on things that would be seen as market manipulation of price, especially when you're doing a share offering.
It doesn't matter what type of news we are putting out, we're still going down. So
Yeah, there's no need for news. That's that's another thing I never understood, why people want news so bad. And it's like, what's the difference? It doesn't matter. They're always going to move price down on news, good or bad. It doesn't matter. We always go down on news. So why would you
thank
want?
you, Casey.
Why would you want it? Yeah.
I'm off to work. I'm going to
All
put
right.
some pepperoni on pizzas tonight.
Hey,
And
let me.
maybe I'll start to-
Can I ask you a question real quick before you go?
No.
Is pepperoni the number one topping?
No.
What's
No.
number one?
I
Italian sausage?
The number one thing you will always and forever sell is the
Cheese.
Margherita Classic. That's all.
Cheese. I knew it.
Yeah.
Cheese.
Yeah.
Yeah, cheese. It's always cheese. I
Yes,
should have
cheese.
known. Yep.
But funny thing today happened. We had some English clients today, and they were like, "So, what's your name?" And I didn't know what to say because I wanted to make them laugh. And I told them I go by pepperoni, between the pizza makers. So,
Oh, you just made my day. Oh my God! I hope you're telling the truth. That just made my day.
because I don't have a one place to work in. I work in more pizza houses, and that place is where a lot of tourists come. And since I am the only one that speaks English between the Italians, I often talk with the clients. And what's your name? And I didn't want to say, like Giovanni. And I was like, No, fuck it, let's do it. Go by pepperoni. And started
Oh
laughing.
man, my day is complete. Our influence has gone global. We are a true powerhouse in all things global now. Thank you, sir. I salute you, and my hat is off to you.
Oh,
I'll
man.
talk with you maybe later, guys. Have a nice one.
Take care, my friend.
We'll see you, buddy.
Pepperoni.
Yeah.
I love
Perfect
that.
Friday. I'm done for the day.
I'm done.
I can
Let's
ask
just-
no more for the day. Yeah.
Let's just end it right there.
You're
All right,
right.
guys,
That's
it's
a
been
wrap.
fun.
Yeah, that's a wrap.
It has. Yeah, it's been fun.
Outro music. Play the outro music.
As usual, all good things must come to an end.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hayden says, "Who was that? It was
Seinfeld said,
pepperoni."
Jerry Seinfeld. He'd leave on the side. Yeah.
Who do you think it was? It was pepperoni.
My favorite part was when he said, "We have a lot of tourists," and they asked me what my name is. Is your name Giovanni? And he said, "I said, fuck it, let's do this. No, my name's Pepperoni." I go by. They call me Pepperoni.
The best part about it is like Giovanni would have actually been a really good name to like throw at him, but he literally came out with pepperoni, and that's like 10 times better.
Well,
You can't
if you
top
remember,
that.
if you recall, you might have to rewind the tape, but we started out calling him Luigi. Just to poke him with a stick. We called him Luigi.
Well,
but then
yeah.
you threw him under the bus or something, and he got downgraded from that.
Yeah, well, no, I said I called you out on it because you threw it so. I don't know. You threw it out there like it was just like
Flippant.
trash. You're just like, hey, here's some trash. Hey, Luigi. I was like, you can't call him Luigi.
Well, yeah. It was
So then you went with pepperoni.
Yeah, it was meant to be a little slap, and I took my glove off and slapped him in the face with my glove. And you called me out on it, and then he laughed, and I'm like, well, I had to double down on this now. Man, it's a wonder you even have 4 regular listeners, 4 regular viewers. It's amazing to me. This ship should have crashed and burned like the Hindenburg so far back and so long ago.
You know, Duncan came in here. He was one of the first people that ever used to watch. I shouldn't say where he's from, but Duncan came in here and I did an interview with him because he was like one of the first listeners, and so I wanted to find out, you know, like why did he choose to start listening? And he goes over here where I'm at. We had this public television. And every single day they had on the public television this period of time where they had some guy who would put a camera on the front of a train, and it was the most boringest thing you could ever watch, but people turned into it in droves because they couldn't stop watching the train driving through the countryside. And he's like,
to see what would come around the next corner.
Yeah, and he goes, your live stream is the train.
Well, that is so funny. Very funny.
I was like, well, I guess that's a good thing.
Let it be written in the big book. Hence, going forward, we will now call it the train. Yeah, let it be written in the big book. Yeah. From this day forward, we will refer to the stream as the train. Isn't that a meme from the Breaking Bad where he says nobody stops this train? Something like that.
That's yeah. Man, you know, I don't. I guess it's a compliment, but. It's pretty funny. I don't know. Whatever. You guys are here for the same reason I'm here. I know. We all have a desire to, you know, see AMC be successful, and I know that's pretty much what it is. So I think that's a lot of the reason why people are here. So.
You may not believe this. And I don't give a damn whether you do or not. But I don't come here for the AMC. I know what I'm doing with AMC. I put my money where my mouth is on that. I come here for the people. Every day I get so much from the people who come in here. The funny ones, the smart ones, the witty ones, all of them. It's just a perfect recipe of fun and laughter and entertainment. And you know, you can get the FTD or the Dow or any of that. You can get it a number of places. But what you can't get here is people like Papa Mac and Real Rugged and Dr. Zayas, just everyone. You can't get that, and that's what we're here for. I know it. I'm certain of it.
Yeah. If you build it, they will come. People like to congregate. It's a thing. It's what it is. All right. I think I'm well past due on my numbers for 10 o'clock. I think we're already like a half hour past.
Yeah.
And I think I forgot to do them.
You should apologize for that. Yeah. Sorry about that.
Well, I feel like I should probably skip over them. It's already like way well past. Now I'm thinking what to do. Don't forget, guys. I do need to leave early today. I know I mentioned it in very, very briefly earlier this week when I was hurting a lot more and I wasn't really paying attention. But I do need to leave early today, guys. I've got a luncheon that I've got to go to with my wife. That's supposed to be at 2 o'clock, I believe, that we're supposed to meet up there, which means I probably need to go get ready. Figuring it's like a half-hour ride to where we got to go to, so I probably need to get ready no later than like 1 o'clock. So I probably need to shut down just a little bit before 1. Oh,
Give me
look at
some of these.
That must be censored content. Another person who we're here for. Censored content, how you doing today, sir?
Hello, peasants.
Where else are you going to get that from, man?
Nope. Just here. Billy says, I thought we were here for butt drugs. I like that we're here on the railroads of justice. That's right.
Yeah, come to think of it, there is that song about driving that train high on cocaine. AC, better watch your speed. I think he was a train engineer in that song, so that's apropos. That's in keeping with the whole. In keeping with the whole. This is a train. Yeah, so it's all coming together. I like.
Did I play that one? I can't remember if I played that one.
I don't think so. No.
What's it called?
Yeah, somebody else is going to have to help me out. We're going to need one of the other music aficionados. The Grateful Dead. Yeah.
It's Grateful Dead. Watch your speed.
Casey, maybe Casey Jones. The name of the song may be Casey Jones. Driving that train.
Yeah. All right. We'll do that Monday, I think.
There you go.
Let's see.
I don't know how we made it this long without that making the list, but better late than never.
That's a good song.
Funky Pizza. Yeah, man. Yeah. For all the Deadheads out there, I know there's a lot of Deadhead fans. I've seen a couple of them have had Deadhead pictures in their thumbnail pictures and all that.
All right, I got it saved up for Monday morning.
Nice.
I don't know how I just looked and I've never played it before. I don't know how in the hell I haven't. I've never gone on YouTube and typed in my name to see what songs I could play with my name in it.
Well, and to be fair, you're humble, and it might be something that subconsciously you just didn't want to do it because of that. It might look like self-promotion.
That's a good song. I would have
I'm a pirate. I have no problem with self-promoting. So, yeah, good song.
If I would have thought about it, I'd have played it a long time ago. Never thought of it.
That's what I'm here for, man. Yep. I got you. I got your back.
It's the people, man. It's the people.
Anyway, I thought the market cap was going to guide the price, buddy. And it doesn't look like that's working.
No. It is.
No,
you gotta.
It's not.
It is. Go back.
We don't have 270,000 or 270 million.
It has to hit a bottom first. It's always going to overcorrect and then come back up. Remember? So if you go to the daily, chart, go to the daily chart and go back to the week where we had dilution last time, right? And you look at where price movement went to. It went down to 705, and then it rose back up to a high of around $9.10. You find the average price between the two, and it's $7. Remember, I told you $7.99 was the middle point. I've been saying for a long time market capitalization was going to target $7.99, and sure enough, $7.99 was exactly what it was targeting. And now it's the same exact thing is going to happen this time. So price is going to move down. We don't know where the bottom's going to be at, but when we find the bottom, that's likely when they will be done selling shares. We'll see price coming back up, and whatever the high is, we'll be able to find the average in between the bottom and the high, and you'll know where the average was on that, and that'll be how many shares will roughly have been sold into the marketplace. And I'm telling you right now, it's going to probably end up being something like $8 and I don't know 20, somewhere between 820 and 840. Because when I plug 820 to 840 in, when I plug in 840, that puts the average share price sold at around $8.77, and it comes out to about 39.9 million shares, which I fully expect that to be the case. That's probably what we're going to find out. Which means price is going to have to come back up to, if we had a bottom, in order to hit 840 for an average, we would have to see price not dropping much lower than 775 probably. Because then we would see price moving back up over $9. It'd probably be moving back up to like 925, giving you like an 840 average. So yeah,
it would seem to me in a situation like this, if a market maker was using a short exempt to restrict the price while somebody's trying to raise capital, they're actively attacking the company as a market maker.
Oh yeah,
and should be sued for it. They should be sued
pretty
for it.
much.
If there's any short exempts during this period of time being used to restrict the price, the company should sue the market maker because they're actively attacking the company as a market maker.
that's a great point. And actually, now that you've brought it up, I'm going to send a message to John Merriweather.
Oh man, now we're gonna have to
Goddamn
give
right,
censor
it's a good
content
point.
credit. We're gonna
It's
have
a-
to give
it's a-
censor
and I'm
content
fucking
credit for
mad
this
again.
shit. Gonna hear
It's-
about this all night playing poker tonight.
It's a damn good point because they should not, if shares are being sold into the marketplace, they should not be allowed to be able to create short exempt volume. There should be no reason for it whatsoever.
Like, what do they need to put fake shares out there for when there's real shares being sold?
Yeah, it's a great point. It's an absolute wonderful point.
You're goddamn right. It's a good
God
point.
damn it, yeah.
I hate it when he's right. Oh, it's gonna be a long
Oh no!
night.
Oh no! Oh no!
Damn right, all right. You're right.
Welcome, Yucca. Yucca, is it Yucca? Yesterday, I think might have been a McDonald's day. I don't feel like today's really McDonald's day today. What did you do for I'm drawing a blank today. I feel like you might have tried something different today.
Yesterday was a McDonald's day. Today is a McDonald's day.
Oh, okay. You did do McDonald's again? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
You know,
Oh,
they have me
I got
trapped.
yesterday right.
They got me trapped, Casey. They got me.
It happens, man. I'm on a no
You know
eat.
that
No,
those
you could try a no eat out November, but do it in December
Nah.
instead.
it's all right. Why would I do that?
To get away from getting got.
But I'd like to say something. A lot of people have been complaining about why would Adam, put shares out right now if we're positive, blah blah blah, right? Everybody they don't understand why. Because of uncertainty, because of the shit that's going on in the economy. Might as well have money right now. Why wait to the last minute when maybe you can't raise as much as you could? You know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
I think that's why. It's a good idea. I'm not upset about it. As a business owner, you know what I'm going through right now. Might as well just have capital sitting there. Sitting there and then being able to have the options to invest, whether it's going to be a candy, beer, wine, I don't know, bordello.
Having more options available
service.
to you, right?
Yes, because you have the capital there. You're not
Mhm.
going to wait until the last minute, right? Like, why? In the last minute, it could be more expensive to raise capital. It cost us more. That's my opinion, though. But who am I?
Yeah, who are we,
Yeah, he's the one running the show, pretty much. He's the one in charge. Look at that. We were negative. Now we're positive.
Yeah. This is the coolest thing that
All right?
ever happened. Yep.
I mean, I'm not going to
No,
say
I
it
agree.
was just us.
Since I didn't go over the 10 o'clock numbers, do you think we should write that letter to John Merriweather right now together?
Sure, I think we should all hold hands
Okay.
and do it.
All right. I'm pulling up my email. Give me 1 second here.
Gonna
Is
be
it
a
Mark?
Dear John letter?
Can you put in there? It's goddamn right. It's a good point.
That's right.
Uh,
Is the market open on Monday?
No.
yes.
I don't think you can put that in there.
Wait, I can't do what? What can I put in there? Oh, the fact that it's a good idea, damn good idea.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Then I won't put it in there. Here we go, John. Man, I could have sworn I've already typed him a message before. It didn't just pop straight up. What the hell? It's weather.
I think it's a great idea you're doing that, KC, but in censored content, obviously, right on the mark. But as big as this company is, are you telling me that they don't see this? Like they haven't known this has happened every time that they try to raise capital, that this is going on, and they haven't done it already?
Well, see, here's the thing. If AMC can start with some type of litigation, if they could start up a lawsuit, if they could get their lawyers to go out and file a lawsuit against market makers who are creating short exempt volume as they're selling shares into the marketplace and win a lawsuit like that, then maybe they don't need to raise as much capital, especially if they can win a big enough lawsuit. And of course, it'll take time, right? No lawsuit's ever going to be really quick or anything like that. But maybe they can at least maybe they can get back some more money that they shouldn't be missing out on. If they can prove damages on how much money they could have raised during that period of time, they could actually prove it for 2 times now, right? They've got 2 different periods of time where there was short exempt volume that was occurring as the market makers. Well, first off, that they're probably going to have to sue more than just one institution. They're going to have to sue multiple institutions over it, right? It'll be a pretty big lawsuit, but they should be able to nab people, the big hitters.
Well, you can't sue somebody for shorting stock because shorting is
Right,
allowed,
right.
but
No, yeah.
specifically using short exempt volume. As a market maker.
Do you want me to put your name in here in this email?
It doesn't matter to me.
Well, it matters to me. That's why I'm asking you.
Go ahead, I don't care.
All right.
I think it should be going to the SEC as well.
Let me see if I can explain why this is the case here, because I probably have to kind of spell it out for him a little bit.
The market maker is specifically restricting any upward price flow due to demand by using short exempt volume. when there's shares that are going to be sold onto the market.
Casey, are you sending that via the AMC email address, or are you doing that on Twitter?
No, I'm doing it to the AMC email address.
Wouldn't it go? I don't know how the word.
I can
Wouldn't it be
do.
better to send something like
I
that
can
on
make
Twitter?
sure that
on
it's. I'll tell you what I'll do. What I will do is I'll make sure that I send this directly to John Merriweather, but I will post it on Twitter and attach Adam Aaron to it so that he make sure that he sees it as well, and then people can kind of review that and watch for a response back.
Yeah.
Yeah, tag Gary Gensler and Adam Aaron and I don't know, Kenny G.
Yeah. And you never know. You might get Adam Aaron coming in here later today.
I just look at it
Without
like
pants.
Merriweather and those guys. I get that part, but this seems like this something should be blasted on Twitter and let everyone jump in. And I'll bet a Diet Coke that Thomas James has it on his website within a minute. But this is something that everyone should go, can't you see this? And they put censored content because, he's the man.
I'm putting it in here. I put him in here.
Is he really a man?
This is what happens when you wake me up and piss me off.
Damn it!
That's what you need. That's how you need to end. That's how you need to end the entire message. To say you need to respond to this because you don't want us to send him down there. You don't want us to send censored content down there.
No, you don't
want that.
put that down. You can't put that in there. That's a threat.
What's censored is so it's censored your first name, content, last name?
Mr. Content to you.
I feel like I should say I should start off with Mr. Merriweather instead of calling him by his first name.
Here?
Mr. Merriweather. I just noticed that I didn't do that, so let's see here. Let me finish writing out what I'm writing here, and then I'll read it off to you guys, and you can tell me where you think I should make corrections.
Yeah, I guess it wouldn't be helpful if we gave him a nickname.
I was just thinking of putting it on Twitter because it would probably get reposted and it would get sent to those guys no matter what. Like they'll get thousands because people, apes will be sending it to them.
Is it good morning, guys? Is it also not possible just to also email him too? Do both?
I am.
Oh, okay.
I started with
and Twitter.
email, but I'm being asked to post to Twitter now as well. So
That sounds good. Yep.
yeah.
On one hand, I'm excited that this may be good, but on the other, I'm terrified that should this end up in doing well for us, there'll be no living with censored content after this. It'll be intolerable.
Is there any way to keep the stream up so I can hear censored content all night talking about this?
Yeah, I have something else to bring up. A change in wording in a document which I would think is significant.
The censored content clause, CCC, calm, cool, and collected. Censored content clause.
After you're done with this, Casey, I would like you to pull up BS242s, both of them, the one for the 40 million shares and the current one. I'd like you to go to page F16 on both of them and look at use of proceeds and see the difference in what it says the use of the proceeds will be. Because there's something in there that is very interesting. Because it's different from one to the other one. And that normally these things are boilerplate and they don't change them.
All right, let me see if let me just read this once through before I read it to you guys. Because sometimes my mind works in really kind of interesting kind of ways, and sometimes when I write stuff out, if I don't go back and reread it first, it makes me look like a dumbass. Let's see here. Oh, screw it. I'm just gonna read it to you guys the way I wrote it. Because it's fun when somebody looks like a dumbass in front of a bunch of people. Here we go. Mr. Merriweather. During my live stream today, it was brought up by Censored Content, a viewer and AMC shareholder, that we shouldn't be seeing large quantities of short exempt volume as shares that are being sold into the market. Market makers are tasked with creating short exempt volume, SEV, only during times of low liquidity, but in this case, they are using price movement to trip SSR, a 10% drop in share price in a day, and filling orders with SEV. This directly impacts AMC and its ability to raise capital at a market price that is reflected as in demand. It is in our opinion that it might be advantageous for AMC to seek options in some form of litigation to recover the lost value due to these fraudulent market schemes. Anything else?
Unless he just sent you a short message back that says we're not selling anything, but there's knowledge in that. If he would respond to that, then we would know that they're not selling. But I wouldn't look for anything to be that revealing.
Casey, when you made the statement that it's fraudulent, don't we need to say what is fraudulent? Like, I don't know, the law, the rule, or whatever? According to this is fraudulent?
Like a statute against market manipulation.
It's in reference to the SSR, but I see what you're saying there. I need to describe why it's only legal for them to create short exempt volume on price movement moving downwards of 10% or greater.
It's kind of making a statement, not backing it up with the fact of what.
Oh no. All right. Well. It's okay. I am making the statement, but the thing is that it's implied in what it is that I'm trying to say here. So, yeah, I see where you're going with that. Because if you have shares that are in demand, right? If those shares are in demand, then you because the market's buying the shares, then you shouldn't see price moving downwards, right? That downwards, and so that's the implication that I'm making here is that you shouldn't be seeing a drop in price by 10% if the demand is there to buy the shares. If the shares are being purchased in the marketplace, then there should be no drop in price. And so the drop in price is what enables them to be able to create that short exempt volume, right? Then not in theory, but in practice, be able to create that short exempt volume by causing that rule to be in place, right? So I guess I need to do a better job of explaining that SSR should only be tripped, or price movement downwards should only be the case during times where shares are not in demand. So I will put that in here. Let's see here.
Because the guys will just fall back on, no, we're just making liquidity. Everyone's buying this stuff and it's going down. But we need to have like the SEC reg or rule, whatever it is, to say they're violating this.
All right, so I guess I'm adding in a sentence in here where I said price movement downwards would imply that there is no demand, but we know that the shares are being purchased, so the demand should be causing increased price movement. This I guess what I'm gonna put in here is I'm not a lawyer. I'm not a lawyer. I just slept at a Holiday Inn last night. I'm not a lawyer. But there does seem to be merit in possible litigation to recover the lost value due to these fraudulent price movements to achieve reg show. I gotta pull this up.
Why would you need to use short exempt volume to restrict natural price discovery when somebody's selling shares into a market? It just makes absolutely no sense. I don't know.
I'm gonna pull the actual
format that
rule here.
I need Pantheon to translate my shit into English. Where is he?
I actually have the rule here that for reg show, and so perhaps maybe that will help a little bit in leading them down that road to where perhaps maybe they can talk to their lawyers about what they could potentially do about this. Let me see here.
There has to be a specific instance where a short exempt is allowed to be used. The market maker has to have a reason for it, right?
Right.
And
it has to be during time. It has to be during times of low liquidity, which is the whole point. Like there has to be. There's two portions to this that has to be the case. One is that price movement has to trip SSR to create, to cause reg show to go into effect. Two is that there has to be low liquidity, meaning that there's no shares available to be traded. So both of those have to be the case, and in this case, there can't be low liquidity because shares are being sold into the market. So how could you possibly have low liquidity if that were the case? So it's a very good point. And I've got to just find this link that I know where I can find this for the rule. Hold on a second, I'm looking. One of these days I will find it. Oh, you know what? I think it's under saved. Saved. 1 second.
Okay, while you were doing that, I put into general two screenshots of the different.
Well, maybe you can read it while I'm doing this. Damn it.
S16. No.
Why don't you read it while I'm doing this?
No, I want you to. I've got them there so you can pull them up for people so they can see the difference.
Too many things all at once, and I only have 4 more minutes, so I got to do numbers. I need help multitasking.
I've only been awake for 10 minutes, but I've already done this shit.
Somebody else read it, damn it.
Okay, so is a short exempt that is taken without a locate still a naked short, right? Therefore, an FTD.
Wait, what? Wait. Let me think about what it is I'm trying to do here first.
Cool.
You're leading me down areas.
Damn it! Let me mute myself.
I gotta find this rule. Hold on a second. I can't multitask, damn it.
Okay, would you like me to explain the difference in these 2 pages?
Please do.
Okay.
Please do.
In the original 40 million that we sold, when it went to the use of proceeds, they said we intend to use the net proceeds, if any, from blah blah blah, from this perspective, to bolster our liquidity, to repay, refinance, redeem, or repurchase our existing indebtedness, excluding the expenses and accrued interest and premiums, and for general corporate purposes. The new one says basically the same thing. We intend to use the sale for general corporate purposes, which may include repayment of refinance and redemption of existing indebtedness, and then it says or capital stock, which means a stock buyback, capital expenditures, and other investments. So they've added in that they may be using it for capital expenditures and other investments, and also that they may be using some of it to buy back shares. Never before have I seen that.
Sweet. I'm still looking.
Like they've put in there that they could buy back stock with the proceeds.
Yeah, no, I hear what you're saying. I can hear what you're saying, and it's processing through my head. I just can't talk on it.
And they've put in there that they're going to use it for capital expenditures and other investments. So they have a use for this. Besides just debt, they have a use for it. They have an expenditure in mind and an investment.
You think they may be wanting to swing trade their own stock, our own stock?
And they can't. They're not allowed to.
I'll ask the regarded question: what's the reason to raise money to buy a stock when you're issuing stock?
Other companies are allowed to buy back their stock, right?
Yep, but you're issuing stock to buy stock. Isn't that a cancellation of the same thing?
But they're not allowed to.
Exactly. It's a wash.
Maybe they're allowed to do it if they say that's what they're going to use it for.
It's like I'm gonna take some of my gold and sell it so I can go buy some gold.
Exactly.
Sometimes things are legal if you tell people you're going to do them.
That's the only way it would make any sense. If they could sell 34 million shares at $10 and then turn around and buy them back in at $7. That's the only way that works.
There's a reason that they've worded the 2 differently.
Yo, I
When
totally
they
agree.
say they're buying stock, they don't say which stock though. So you're running off the assumption that they mean AMC. I'm just throwing this out there. That could be any stock, HYMC, the gold, anything.
Yeah, there's reserved.
Right there it is.
Well, this is pretty cool.
Redemption of so possibly they have he might be putting more money into A4MC. Oh, God. They have stock options there.
We could start buying the stock of Cinemark or whatever. One of our competitors quietly buying that up if they're going to front run like a takeover. You know, there's any number of things. I think it's just a leap to say that when the language includes that they can use it to buy equities, that you automatically assume that it means they're going to buy AMC shares back.
Yeah, just give me a second. Gotta get my brain firing. Yeah, that's more likely.
He specifically said
It's
he
capital
listed.
stock, and that's more likely that they're going to buy out somebody else.
He specifically said also to possibly pay down or renegotiate debt. He literally said those exact words. I think renegotiate existing debt. Sometimes when you want to renegotiate debt or refinance your house or any number of things, loans, one of the things is you may have to reduce the principal, i.e. we'll give you better terms, but we're not willing to go as heavy as we did before. So maybe he pays off a third of the note and gets much more favorable terms and relief from otherwise restrictive language that would allow him to do something, I'm going to say it, like a dividend. But it's not that he's doing it for the dividend. He's just doing it because it's good management to get rid of onerous debt that's at a higher than desirable rate, and renegotiate the monthly or quarterly payment schedule that's more palatable and more in line with your free cash flow. It just happens to be a byproduct of that. If he does renegotiate the one I'm thinking of, it will be a cherry on top of it that he will no longer be handcuffed from a dividend. Just throwing that out there. It wouldn't be logical to think that he's trying to raise $1 billion so he can shoot $1 billion on something, because you never run your airplane out of fuel. So no matter what, he's got to keep X amount of dollars as a cash in the company coffers, just as a normal course of business. But if he does increase the treasury to $1 billion, he can certainly use a big portion of that and still have his safety cushion.
Okay, I looked into it, and it does mean that it could mean two things: that they're buying capital stock in another company, or that they're rebuying their own shares. It could mean either.
I also spoke to you last night during cards that there's a possibility that there's stock that's been involved in some sort of lending process. Some of our bonds or notes may in some way have included shares, and maybe he wants to buy those back. Maybe that's part and parcel to paying down some debt. is that he has to buy AMC shares from a specific lender. It's a possibility.
There was an article by some bullshit person, and it also said that they may be purchasing back their own stock, and that they're buying it. I think it's Barron. I'm not sure. Yeah, Barron's article. Wedbush analysis, Alicia Reese said in a statement to Barron that if the company was to clear up some of its debt, the company would be able to resume dividend payments and would likely begin repurchasing shares with excess cash flow. So the idea is out there.
I'm looking at a 29-page document for Reg Show right now, and I'm having a hard time finding the spot that I'm looking for in here, but I know it's in here. I just gotta find it. It's really annoying.
Are we distracting you talking in your ear?
I can find a spot.
Maybe slightly, a little bit, but it's not
good at
bad.
finding a spot. I'm good at finding a spot. I had twins.
I can. I'll post the link here in the chat, the main chat of the YouTube. But this is the document that I'm looking at. It's the Reg Show document, and what I'm trying to find in here, there's a spot in here where it talks about when there's a exemption that's allowed for them to be able to naked short sell with short exempt volume. And it tells you what the requirements are for that period of time. But I can't seem to find the section.
Give me some keywords.
Well, see, I've been trying a couple of different keywords like exempt or requirements. Are some of the keywords that I've been using, but I can't seem to find it based off the keywords. So I'm slowly crawling my way through this thing, looking for the provision.
Isn't it tantamount that it be around low liquidity? Isn't that one of the cornerstone of that whole thing? Is it has to be a reflection of a low liquidity environment.
Yes, yeah, and I've typed in liquidity as a word and couldn't find it. I know it's in here, but I can't find it anywhere though. Let me try liquidity one more time. I could have sworn I already used that one.
Or illiquidity.
Yeah, I already used liquidity because it gives 9 results for that, but none of them are what I'm looking for.
Can you ask AI what is the Reg Show regulation?
I don't trust AI. I don't trust it, man.
Well, I'm just thinking it might give you a place to go look, and then you could find a second source in the Reg Show document.
Yeah,
I'm not saying rely on the AI.
I've never had an opportunity for it to tell me where it's referencing something from accurately. I'd rather just go to the. Probably not.
Yeah, it's like looking through a 600-page maintenance manual.
It is.
For how to change out the fuse for the windshield wipers.
It's annoying.
Have you been to page 12, the market maker section on page 12?
hold on a second here. 12, 10, 11, 12 market makers to allow
I don't
broker
know if
dealers
that's
that
what you're
are.
looking for.
It's talking about the T+6.
You think they would have a specific section about rules governing short sale exempt? You think that because that's such an important thing? I mean, they're asking for a exemption. There's a long-standing rule, and they're asking to be exempt from that. You think that they would have a specific section that outlines the criteria that's required? The situation would demand that be allowed, that they be granted that exception from the rule.
This feels like something I'm going to have to work on later because it's already 12 minutes past the hour. It's time to do numbers.
What specifically you're looking for? You're looking for something that says short exempt in it, right?
Yeah, it's the short exemption. It's the part in the it's in Reg Show. It talks about the requirements that are needed to be met in order to naked short sell through short exempts.
For a market, yeah.
Yeah, for a market maker to be able to create short exempt volume, but there's very specific times at which they can only create that situation. One has to be is that Reg Show has to be in place, which means that the price of the stock has moved more than 10% in a 24-hour period of time, or a day's worth of trading. And then the other portion of that, it's actually two different sections, and the other part of that is that it has to be low liquidity.
Dr. Zaya says pages 10, 20, and 28.
10.
Thank you, Dr. Zayas. I'll have a look at that.
28.
This is close. I feel like this is close. Very, very close. Hold on a second here.
Well, if we go page 25, there's a consideration of burden on competition and promotion of efficiency, competition, and capital formation that's built into the bill, which means they have to promote capital formation. And using a short exempt to restrict the price is not promoting capital formation.
I think this is gonna be a. I'm gonna have to take this to offline. We can work on it this weekend, I guess. Would you guys be willing to work with this on me over the weekend, and I'll send an email out this weekend? I don't want to send out the email without some of you guys like kind of listening to what it is that I have to say in regards to what I'm writing, because you guys are
is saying that it's rule 204 and rule 144 securities.
Yeah, I mean that's what they're all in reference to. It should be a 204, no, 204, 203, B3 maybe. No, that's not it.
204B, inclusion exception applicable to all broker dealers, including market makers. We do not think it is necessary to maintain a separate exemption applicable only to market makers. Yeah, definitely Rule 204.
This stuff gets very very coarse when it goes through. It can really start. I mean, for a person like me, it can become really overwhelming very, very fast, and you have to really kind of take your time and go through it. This might be some of it right here. Okay, so here we go. If relying on the exception in Rule 203B2 II, if the rules locate requirement, and I think that's what it is, it's probably going to be 203B2, where it talks about the rules locate requirement. That's going to be what it's under. We are not aware that broker-dealers have been unable to comply with this delivery requirement, and that is the requirement there on the delivery of the shares, meaning low liquidity as a problem. So it might be really close.
Today is saying 204 closeout requirements, page 17.
Okay, that might be it. I'm on 15 right now. I'll bet it is 17.
Yep, he's helping out a great deal. So so far he's been pretty accurate. Rule 204 maintains the closeout requirements of temporary Rule 204T. So there you go.
I don't know. I don't see it.
Well, certainly that would be enough to, like a bird dog pointing to a pheasant in the grass. That's enough for their legal department to at least pick up the scent, if you will.
I still think that it's in 203 because 204 is about closing out of it. It's going to be, I think it's going to be Rule 203B3. which really kind of gives you like the rule that has to do with what the requirements are in order to be able to create the position in the first place. So I think 203B, and so this is where I can pull up Reg Show and actually go to the rules and look up 203B, because I'm pretty certain that's the section that I want to pull up. I don't want the closeout requirements. What I want is the opening requirements. How do you? Because the argument here is we're talking about like
it may be Rule 201. It could be Rule 201 then.
Because we're talking about what requirements are needed in order to create a short exempt position, right? So not the closing out of the position, but the opening. That's really what the key to all this is here. And so
because
that's going to be
that's where they're in violation. They're in violation of participating in a process that they should be precluded from by the mere fact that there's plenty of shares to be had in light of the offering. It's really quite simple. They're mutually exclusive. You can't have both of those at the same time. You cannot have a lack of liquidity in a stock that affords them the exemption to the rule.
I found it.
Right
it's
on,
on page.
Right on.
It's on page. It's on page 20. All right, here we go. It says specifically, Rule 204B provides that the participant in any broker dealer from which it receives trades for clearance and settlement, including any market maker that is otherwise entitled to rely on the exemption provided in Rule 203B2(3) of Regulation Show, may not accept a short sale order in any equity security from another person or effect a short sale order in such security equity security for its own account, to the extent that the broker-dealer submits its short sales to that participant for clearance and settlement without first borrowing the security or entering into a bona fide agreement to borrow the security, until the participant closes out the failed to deliver position purchased securities of like kind and quantity, and the purchase has cleared and settlement at registered clearing agency. And this is where it goes into Rule 204. Like this is exactly where it should be. It should be right around here somewhere where it talks about there's an exemption to that. There is one exemption, and it's for the market maker. And this should be where it's at. I'm right in the right spot. This is the wording I was looking for, and it's not here. I don't see it. There was one exemption, and the only exemption that was provided was for a market maker if, under certain circumstances, that they were able to prove. Because that's the section right there. What I just read to you tells you that they are not allowed to short sell. Right, and then there should be a
worst case scenario, Casey. If you failed in your effort to find the exact exemption, you can reference that, and then just say, "This is the rule pertaining to it. There's only one exemption to this, but for the exemption to apply, there has to be a lack of liquidity, and that's not possible with the current offering. Someone's violating the law." And then let them find the exemption. Because the first thing he'll say is, well, there's an exemption for this. And then somebody in legal can say, well, show me the exemption. But you can front run, you can cut that off at the pass by saying, we know there's an exemption to this, but there are very specific conditions in which the exemption applies. And the mere fact that there's an offering right now negates that. So you're showing the rule, they're going to say there's an exemption to it, and you can respond by saying just 3 quick bullet statements that the exemption has very specific conditions, and the chief among them is the fact that there has to be low liquidity, and with us having the offering, that's not possible. It's one or the other. You can't have both of those conditions at the same time.
Yeah. It's got to be in here. It's so I know it's in here. I've read it so many times.
Dr. Zaya says elimination of the market maker exemption. 204B, 204T, and B.
What page?
Rule 204T, B, and Rule 204B. but it would get some attention on Twitter and could possibly have the potential to go viral if you point out the exact rule, which you found that now, the rule regarding the short
The fact
sourcing.
that they can't,
and then, yeah, and the fact that it's not even a matter of whether they can or can't. It's impossible for the condition to exist right now. So it's impossible. And so then all you need then is to have proof that it's happening. And that's the weak link in our argument, is if all this is predicated on the fact that they are indeed selling right now, because they could say, well, they're not, so the whole thing is moot.
All right, we'll work on it this weekend. I'm gonna get into numbers. This will be like 2 hours.
Yeah.
It could be Rule 201 too. I'm just telling you that because that more specifically seems to talk about short exempt, not this 204 is talking about fails to deliver. And Rule 201 has short exempt in it. You might be on the wrong rule.
So you don't understand like how bad I want to keep looking at this, but I know this has got to be like super boring for everybody else, and I don't want to be that. I don't want to be boring.
Well, here's the thing. I'm assuming where the price is right now, we've got a little bit of time to waste until the MOAC.
Well, I want to look like Brad Pitt, but that's not going to happen either. So,
yeah, that's right. That's right. All right, fine.
I don't want to be a pirate.
Hey, 784 was.
Throw something out there.
By the way, 784.
Throw something out there on Twitter saying that you don't know what the exact rule is, but maybe some people should get on it and look.
There you go. Yeah.
No,
yeah.
Don't you worry.
The activity by making them look.
Yeah, don't worry, Core.
For anything.
We're gonna get it done. We're gonna get. I already read it off to you where you can see that it's true that they are not allowed to create short exempt volume. Now I just gotta. What I gotta do is I gotta find the exemption where it says that they can create it, but only under certain conditions. And once I find that, and don't worry, Core, we'll find it. I know I can. I gotta take time to find it. What I do want to note is we hit 784 on the dot. 784 is where SSR triggers for the day-to-day. And so they did trigger SSR for the day, and that means that it will be on for tomorrow as well. So let's go through the numbers here.
Oh man, I'm slacking. I'm so immersed in this thing we're doing here that I'm falling behind. My bad.
Yeah. All right. I'm going to take you guys over to the other page here. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing. So hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, and concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. Let's take a look at some of our numbers. It's been actually a couple hour and a half since I've looked at the numbers last. Two-factor authentication, if you don't have it, you may want to get it, as it could prevent somebody from getting into your account that shouldn't be in your account. When you sign up for that, if your broker allows you to put in a secondary device to be able to receive that access code, probably want to go ahead and sign up for that, because you never know when something's going to happen to your primary device. Do you have something you wanted to play there? No? Okay. All right. Numbers. By this time of the day, on off exchange, I would expect it to be, let's see, what are we at here? 11 o'clock. I'd expect to see 62%, a little more than 62% of our volume going through off exchange and EDGX. Usually when SSR is tripped, we don't see those numbers as high because short exempt volumes are being created. Right now, we only have 49.83% going through off exchange. EDGX is at 9.96. The combined total on that's 59.79%. or about 2.21% less than what we would normally see going through those exchanges. CHX volume for the day today, you want to know whether or not they're selling shares or whether or not they're returning shares. There it is for you. Another 88,000 shares going through CHX, 88,422 shares. There are failure to delivers that are being returned 2 days in a row now. And you can see it through that exchange. CHX for GME is at 800 shares, not very high on that one. So it is high on AMC, not so much on Ape. And that might actually give us some kind of insight as to, well, never mind. Strike that. Forget I was going to say that. Moving on to Ortex. As of an hour and a half ago, we had about 5.33 million shares having been borrowed for the day. It's now down to 3.7, which means some shares have been returned throughout the day. But that's still a very high number, and it's going to keep that short share interest of the free float percentage above 10% at 10.16. Our minimum cost to borrow is at 0.35, averages 1.41, and max at 14.39. For the day today, we saw an increase of shares borrowed day over day by 3.64 million shares, and we saw the short share interest of the free float rise a bunch because of the fact that the estimated amount of short interest that was occurring was actually way higher than what was being estimated. So we got a new reported amount that came in that showed that the short interest was still really high. Taking a look at options, highest amount of call volume as of right now, or at least an hour and a half ago, was at a strike price of $8.50. That is still the case. We went from 6.6 thousand contracts an hour and a half ago to 11.2 thousand contracts now. Highest amount of puts is at an $8 strike. An hour and a half ago, it was at 8.5 thousand contracts. It's now at 24.7 thousand contracts at $8. Market is still suggesting a closing price somewhere between 8 and 8.5 by the end of the day today. MMRI, an hour and a half ago was at 302.35, now at 303.63. So it has increased. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC and GME are the only two I'm looking for on this list. AMC is on the list. And GME is also on the list. Hey, GME made it onto the list. Awesome. AMC has a 69.33% buy to 30.67% sell ratio. Nice. Looking good. GME's got a 89.99% buy to 10.01% sell ratio. Looking really, really, really strong on that buy-sell ratio on GME. It's not going to help them, though, unless they've got their shares in the marketplace able to be traded. Shares available to borrow sitting at 2.8 million shares available to borrow currently. Let me refresh that real quick and make sure that's still the same. It is. Trigger price was at $7.84. We did trigger today, which means it'll be on for tomorrow as well. And then total amount of shares available to borrow has only been returns for most of the day-to-day. Fees are at 0.8%. NASDAQ is up 1.43. Dow Jones is up 0.69. The S&P 500 is up 1%. We have 3,073 advancers to 2,813 decliners. The market's more advancing than declining than it was an hour and a half ago. By quite a bit there, and looking a little bit green right now. Taking a look at big bank movers for the day today, I'm just going to read off anything plus or minus 2.5% or greater. FRC is down 33.33%. Silvergate's up 11.11%. And that's it. Not reading off anything else. Ethereum Classic is down 0.94 and consolidating. DXY, or the US dollar, is up 0.06 and trending up. Oil is up 0.54 and trending up. Mortgage-backed securities are up anywhere from 0.21 to 0.31 and trending down. SPY is up 1.01% and trending up. VIX is down 5.56 and trending down. VBR is up 0.54 and trending up. VB is up 0.5 trending up. Tesla is up 1.52 trending up. Amazon is up 1.51 trending up. Cinemark is down 1.92 trending up. Doge is up 0.67 trending up. Bitcoin is up 1.68 and consolidating. GME is down 0.2 and trending up. HYMC is down 18.72 and trending down. NCMI is down 1.16 and consolidating. Hood is up 3.4 and trending up, and AMC is down 8.61 and starting to break the consolidation after it had its downtrend and starting to head back up here. We have inflow versus outflow for the day today. There's approximately $5.7 million more inflow than outflow. 19.01 million shares traded so far for the day today after 186 minutes worth of trading, putting us on a pace for 39.85 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested somewhere between 20 and 40 million, so we're on target for that pace. On a 4-hour chart, we've got it's really kind of fun when I see that the pace that we're on is almost breaking my low end, and about at the midday point, we are about midday. 11:45 is the middle of the trading day. When we're at the bottom side of my prediction, and the top side of my prediction is the pace that we're setting. It tells me that we're going to hit right smack dab in the middle somewhere in there, so it's a perfect volume prediction. On a 4-hour time interval, we have currently more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 26.37, which is below average, or signaling oversold. On a 1-hour time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 28.45, signaling oversold. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 26.92, which is signaling oversold. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with a divergence in the Vortex indicator within the last 15 minutes. RSI is at 46.19, which is slightly below average. So it's like we've had a reversal within the last 15 minutes or so, and maybe starting to trend back up here. And that's all I got for you guys. It's back to the back of the big tramp now. Thank you. I'd take a break, but I'm just going to be cutting off early today anyway, so I don't really care if I get a break or not. I'm not, compared to how I took my temperature yesterday, I still had a temperature yesterday. I think I still have a temperature today. But, I feel like $1 million compared to what I felt like for the last week and a half or so. So, I feel good.
Hey, we're not complaining, man. The way you've been acting lately, we're surprised if you even show up.
The way I've been acting lately. Thanks. Funky Pizza, man. Thank you. I do feel better. You know what's going to make me feel even better? It's Yucca. Is Yucca in here? He's going to love what I'm about ready to say. He's in here, all right. I'm going to feel even better when I go to that all-you-can-eat meat place that we're going to for lunch. It's just messed up. Danny says, Casey, my little sis and father just got sick. They got it pretty bad. Chippendales. No, it's not Chippendales. It's one of those Brazilian. It's one of those Brazilian steakhouses.
Chippendales was the name of the two chipmunks on the cartoons, Saturday morning cartoons. They had a Chippendale cartoon.
Whatever. You know what he's talking about. Danny says, "Hi-oo." How is Yucca missing out on this? Like he's just like it's like he's choosing to not listen. Meat sweats.
He's talking about. He was. I'm a little slow on the uptake. He's talking about Chippendales, the male fantasy dancers. I get it. It was all one word, Chippendales.
Oh, you didn't get that? You didn't get it? Okay.
No, that one shot past me. I'm back on track though. Yeah.
I doubt it. I highly doubt it.
My mind is on cartoons. Your mind is on male exotic dancers. We both, our brains took us to where we linger.
Dr. Zay says, are there any restrictions on executing short sales during a short sale restriction SSR period in a stock, even when there is a high availability of shares, such as after a recent stock offering? Is he putting in a AI request? It sounds like an AI request. I'm not gonna
You
anything you
know,
post.
many of us are like a bulldog with a bone, man. Once they get a hold of something, they can't turn loose of it.
Yeah, I know, but even if you post that in there and you give me an AI response back, I probably won't accept it. That is the question. I mean, it's not really a question because we already know that. I already read off to you that it's illegal for them to make those positions. We have to find out what exemptions that there are to the rule, and what exemptions or what rules are applied to those exemptions is what we really want to know. Yeah, Nana's like, what did I hear? Male strippers?
I think you nailed it, Dr. Zayas. I don't. There again, I'm no finance attorney or lawyer. I didn't pass the bar and specialize in financial law, but I think your question is accurate.
I'm just afraid he's gonna put it into.
Hey, Casey.
Who is that? Good morning.
Hey, Casey. Morning, sir.
It's Tom.
I was looking on the SEC website, and I noticed that Rule 201.
Yeah, I think it's 201.
What about it?
Sorry about that. I found that on Rule 201 on the looked up the regulations for SHO.
Mm-hmm.
And it says it's the third bullet point. It says, I looked up key points about regulation SHO. In the third bullet point, it talked about in 2010, the Commission adopted Rule 201 of regulation SHO. Rule 201 restricts the price at which short sales may be affected when a stock has experienced significant downward price pressure. Rule 201 is designated to prevent short selling, including potentially manipulative or abusive short selling, from driving down further the price of a security that has already experienced a significant intraday price decline. To facilitate the ability of long sellers to sell first upon such a decline. And then it goes into a little dissertation about how each summarized requirements for general requirements goes about. But I can post that for you if you want in the Discord.
Well, that's the
That's
rule
not what
that
we're looking for, though,
yeah,
Tom. That's the rule that establishes what triggers the SSR. We're looking for the exemption. There's a caveat that says they're allowed to be exempt from that in times of low liquidity, and that's the one we're searching for.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, but it's going to be within, he's right, it's going to be within Rule 201 because Rule 201 is the short sale rule.
Yeah. He's
And you're
circling
looking
it.
at 204.
He's circling the target. Yeah.
204 is the closeout requirement.
Yeah, it's not in closeout.
I think it's either in Rule 200 or
I think it's in.
thing.
Believe it or not, I think it's in 203. Is where the exemptions occur.
They're required to locate requirements for us.
I'm pretty sure it's like 203 B or something like. I'm going off of memory, and my memory is just trash. But I'm pretty sure it's like Rule 203 B A B or something along that line, and that's where the exemptions lie as to when the rule can be broken.
I found that. Let me read through it. It says more about Rule 203B, the bona fide market making exception.
Yeah, it is right there. That's it. It's the market making exception.
That's it.
Yeah.
There you go. Now you got something.
B, correct. Brokers and dealers engaged in the bona fide market making activities are exempted from having to borrow or arrange to borrow shares due to their potential need to facilitate customer orders in fast-moving markets without possible delays associated with complying with regulation SHO. For instance, as explained above, they may be required by their market-making obligations to sell short in situations where it may be difficult to quickly locate and borrow securities.
Boom,
However,
there it is. That's it right there.
Yeah.
Okay. And then there's another.
Is that 203B3? Is that what it is?
Well done, Tom. Well done,
I'm
Tom.
looking at
That's
the
it.
203B.
That's
Yeah.
it. That's it.
What
That's it.
what
That's
is
the exact
section
one right there.
What does section 3 say under that? Can you read the section 3 under 20B3 or 203B? Because I'm pretty sure, like if memory serves me correctly, I think that's what the.
It goes right into what I'm looking at. It says it goes from Rule 200, Rule 201, Rule 203, Bravo, with a subclause 1 and subclause 2. It doesn't. I don't see where I'm looking at. I don't see just a plain old 203 or a 203A.
All right, and just maybe it is just 203B then. But I'm pretty sure that's the exemption portion of it that we're talking about there.
Gotcha.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking for, and that's the part where you would want to state where that's where we could basically state to them that, like, look, we understand that there's an exemption that allows them to create short exempt volume during reg show when SSR has been tripped. However, the stipulation is that there has to be low liquidity, and there's not low liquidity if you're selling shares into the marketplace. So that constitutes a failure for them to meet the requirements to facilitate short exemptions.
Correct.
Which
Right.
is part of the process by which they drop the price, and so that's why we're seeing them get away with what it is that they're getting away with, because they're probably just claiming that they don't have any shares, which there may be truth to that. There actually probably is a lot of truth to that, but they would have to admit that they've oversold themselves and that the shares that they're getting are simply using to cover other positions, and there is still low liquidity. Now, if you can get them to admit that, if you can force them into a situation where they're saying that they've sold positions that they don't have, and that they're delivering on positions that they don't have, now you're talking about a whole can of worms that they're opening themselves up to, and they would be better off admitting to the fact that they're manipulating price to be able to allow themselves to be able to create more short exempt volume. That's a better situation, because in that particular case, then you can now you should be they should be held liable for any kind of price reduction that would have prevented the company from being able to raise capital, because the demand is there. The demand is to buy the shares is either there now or was there in the past, one of the two, right? Because if they're delivering the shares, the demand was there, but they're lowering the price to simply make it so that the company can't raise capital as efficiently. So, damn it, my dad would be so freaking proud of me.
Good job, man. Good job, Casey. Good job, Censor and Pirate. You guys did good.
We all work as a team.
Censor content ferreted this little nugget out of the gold mine. The rest of us are just helping him clean the mud off of it. He found the diamond in the rough.
Well done, Censor.
Don't wake me up when I'm in a bad mood.
Remind me not to take your money during cards anymore. All right, you guys take care. I gotta get back.
All right, man.
See you, buddy.
All right, so do I want to finish this email then?
Yeah, man.
203B. Are we going? Let me pull up Reg Show 203B and just make sure it has the wording correctly.
We support it.
It'll look incredibly professional because you've taken the time to do all the work for them. People appreciate that.
Yeah, 203B.
See, this is where you're far better than me, because I'd want to be a dick. I'd be like, look, I shouldn't be doing your job for you. Yeah.
I'm not good at navigating that register page. I don't know how to use it properly. I'm a good complainer, though.
You can be snarky and say, I can't make this any easier for you, shit stick. Get on the move.
Like, if there isn't a specific rule in there, there should be a specific rule in there that says you can't do this when somebody's trying to raise capital.
See, so this is 203B. See, this is still not it though, because I'm looking at 203B and it says for hard to borrow securities or a threshold security, however, a broker dealer may not reapply a locate for intraday buy to cover trades. SEC guidance has explained that without obtaining locates prior to each short sale in hard to borrow or threshold securities, it is unlikely that a broker dealer executing a short sale in such securities would have reasonable grounds to believe that the securities can be borrowed, so they can be delivered on the date that delivery is due on each trade. I gotta find the exact spot in here. It's gotta. I don't want to.
They have lawyers for that.
I know that's why I was just kind of wanting him to. But I think Pirate's got a good point that I need to put in the exact spot where I can show it to him, where he can go to a lawyer and say, like, look, I got somebody telling me that I've got a lawsuit on my hands here that I could, that we may be able to sue somebody for. What do you think? And if you can point them straight to where it is that they got to go to look at it, it certainly helps, because otherwise then they probably just get a runaround otherwise. Find this link here. They're like, we'll run the price up and then they won't look anymore. He'll stop looking if we run the price. These guys are on to us.
Yeah, just smile and wave, boys. Just smile and wave. Yeah, nothing to see here.
Wouldn't it be funny if it was true?
Here it is, right here. I just got to find the rule. It says Rule 203B2 provides an exception to the locate requirement for short sales affected by market maker in connection with bona fide market making activities. I just got to find the stinking rule. I just got to find 203B2. That's it. I'm done. Hold on a second. I got to find this. I just got to find the rule 203B2.
Do you see what Frank Lehman just posted in chat?
No.
Rule 105?
No.
Take a look.
Regulation M, short sales in connection with a public offering.
Wait, where is this? Where are we looking at? What?
Rule
105, the Regulation M, short sales in connection with a public offering. Okay, what about it?
Might be worth a look.
That should shed some light on something.
All right, I guess I'm looking for a new thing. I was right on what I wanted to look for. All right, rule 105. Rule 105 states that absent an exception, if an investor has shorted securities of the offered class during a defined restricted period before the offering is priced, the investor may not purchase securities in the offering from the participating underwriter, broker, or dealer. All right, well, that doesn't really help us any. We'd have to prove that they purchased something during the time. The market maker's not going to really. There might be something there.
Well, what that's saying is that a short cannot close out their short sale by buying the offering. I bet you they're breaking that rule every day of the week when an offering comes out. I guarantee you,
It's
I would.
saying before the offering
I'd
is
sign something that
priced.
said, I'd sign something that admitted to it and didn't deny it, but blah blah blah. One of those things. Give me a $50 fine.
You certainly couldn't get hurt by including that. You don't want to give them a paralysis by analysis and include so much stuff that they just disregard it. Sometimes less is more. I've heard you say that many times, Casey.
Yeah.
Economy.
I mean, I could probably mention something about Rule 105 might be worth looking into as well, but I'm not gonna. That's not where the case is going to be made here. The case is going to be made on
as a footnote. You can include that as a footnote or something.
Yeah. Rule 203 provides. I just gotta find this Rule 203 B 203 B2. There's 22 instances of it.
I do have one comment I'd like you to add to it at the end.
Oh, okay. Hold on. I'll put in # apes no.
Still like a postscript. P.S. Don't make us come down there.
I thought it was funny. Somebody was saying. How about that? Somebody's saying doesn't remember the exact rule, proceeds to tell the exact rule number. I thought it was funny. It's like, that's welcome to my brain. This is how my brain works. I know things, but I can never remember them. As the more I talk about it, the more it starts to seep back in, and it's like, oh yeah, that's right, I remember that now.
Yeah, you got one of those pornographic memories.
No, it's more like a selective. I'll remember when I want to. Otherwise, you're shit out of luck. Sometimes I'm lucky. Sometimes I'm not. No.
I have to admit, I take comfort in it. It feels like we're engaged in something that is meaningful. It may not be. It may not change the trajectory in any meaningful way, but it does feel like we're spending time on something that could help, and I like that.
I feel like a manager now. I'm making him work through his break.
Joke's on you. I'm going to lunch and not coming back.
Yeah. you know, sometimes things have to take time to be done right. If you want to hold it for over the weekend, we've got the whole weekend to figure out the correct rule and the correct wording. And we're going to have nothing else to do because the market's not going to be going. So just, we're not going to stop the crime from committing at this point, being committed at this point. It's already happened.
Well, unfortunately, he's tried to table this activity no fewer than probably 6 to half a dozen times, and I'm as guilty as the next guy. We keep dragging him right back into it. So,
yeah. So I'm just saying, perhaps give up.
I found this exact spot. It says that I know what I'm looking for, and I just can't find the actual provision. It says Rule 203B2 provides an exception to the locate requirement for short sales affected by a market maker in connection with the bona fide market making activities, but I can't find the damn rule. What's that?
Dude's going to be going to lunch. He's going to be out sitting in a restaurant with his wife, and he's going to have his phone open looking at government documents. This is just sad.
I believe I found it.
Did you?
Don't think she's on it.
It says Rule 203B 1 and 2.
Yes.
Locate requirement. It says regulation SHO requirement requires a broker or dealer to have reasonable grounds to believe that the security can be borrowed so that it can be delivered on the date delivered is due before effecting a short sale order in any equity security. This locate must be made.
Hurry up, Casey. They're doing it again.
Prior to the affecting
it's going down.
Yeah, that's B1. That's B1.
That's it. It says next to it says B1 and 2, and then goes into 204.
Where's the exception?
I just need a touch of clarity. Are you saying that there's no such thing as a midget baggy bomb? Honey,
even when I'm right, I'm wrong. I'm still over there. Take away his man card, and I'm thinking.
Somebody's dragging up old dirt, man, picking scabs off of wounds. That can only be censored content.
No, that's not me.
No, I fixed that.
I often forget that some of this stuff lives forever on here, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I shouldn't say some of it. All of it lives forever.
I found it says more information on Rule 203B, and that's what the bona fide market making exception that we talked about earlier. I don't know if that's all with 1 and 2 combined.
I'd like to think we could nail it down in such a specific manner that you could forward that to, whistleblower at Department of Justice and whistleblower at the FINRA and whistleblower website here, and just carpet bomb all of the authorities with it and see if any of it sticks.
Then they can
maybe encourage someone to look into it a little closer and pick the ball up and run with it, because maybe they can make themselves look a little bit more set themselves apart from their peers by being the one who, quote unquote, found the smoking gun. As is often the case with accusations, it's not what you know, it's what you can prove.
Why can't I just find a simple reg show rules? That's all I need to do at this point, because then I can go straight to the section and find it, and I can't even find that now.
Casey, when you go to the SEC website and you search, did you search for?
It should be FINRA, right? It should be FINRA.
No, regulation. When you're in the SEC website, I went there and I put in the regulation. I put in for World 203. And key points about the, I believe it was the third one down. It said key points about regulation SHO. And that's where I found that information that it talks about. It goes all the way down toward probably.
Ooh, look at the battle for 801. Deja fucking vu.
You can do this properly. I'm getting a little bit more excited at the prospect of this. If this is crafted well, you could tag in Charles Payne. I know we don't have a lot of friends in the mainstream media, but if you could get, in the old days, if you could get this to the Washington Post, anybody, some reporter, they're always looking for the scoop or a story and content. Charles Payne has to come up with content. We could get it before someone who's more or less friendly to our plight. That would be, sometimes that's effective as well.
Okay, so what I found, I put it in Discord in general. That's
Okay.
what I've been looking at right there. And the first key point is short sales. The second one is regulation SH, or I'm wrong, naked short sales. And then the third one is regulation SHO, and that's where I found those rules at.
Yeah. I think this is what I want right here, maybe. It's 12:09. It's already time for numbers again. The day is flying by. All right, we'll work on this later. Let's take a look at the numbers again, because it is that time, and I'm going to take you guys over to the other page here. Let's take a look at what we got going on for numbers for the day-to-day here. Remember, I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing until you see the big I actually haven't been able to see what you guys have been writing for a while because I've been too busy searching for stuff. But in case you didn't notice, I won't be able to notice it even until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again because I've been busy looking for this stuff. But let's take a look at what we got going on here for these numbers for the day-to-day. By this time of the day, I would expect normally for us to see somewhere around 63% of our volume going through off-exchange and EDGX combined. But since SSR has been tripped, that's not going to be the case. And we have 49.87% going through off exchange. EDGX is at 9.83. The combined total on that's 59.7%, or about 3.3% less volume going through those exchanges than we would normally see. CHX volume is 88,422 shares, which is obviously elevated. And on CHX for GME, it's at 1,038, not very high. Taking a look at Ortex. As of an hour ago, there was approximately 3.7 million shares having been borrowed for the day, or I should say, borrowed for the day today. That has dropped to 2.91 million shares having been borrowed for the day. That's going to be bringing that estimated short share interest of the free float down to 10.05%. Cost to borrow mins at 0.35, average is 1.41, and max 14.39. Day over day, we had about 3.64 million new shares on loan. If you're wondering why the short share interest of the free float is showing up so high at above 10% right now, it's because the estimated amount of short interest was estimating for downwards movement in the amount of shares being shorted, when in actuality it was actually going up. So, and that was something that I was trying to portray to you guys, that it was going to be the case, and it was very similar to what happened just before the June run-up as well, that we had back in 2021. Taking a look at options, highest amount of volume so far for the day today is at a $8.50 strike for the calls, and as of an hour ago, there was actually it was about a half hour ago, really. At an $8.50 strike, there was 11.2 thousand contracts for the day. It's now 11.7, and on the puts, highest amount of volume was at an $8 strike. An hour ago, it was 24.7 thousand contracts. It's now 26.2. Market is targeting a closing price by the end of the day today somewhere between $8 and $8.50. MMRI for the day today's showing up at 304.78. It was 303.63 an hour ago, which means it's up. Looking pretty volatile right now. Orders by Fidelity customers. I'm only looking for AMC and GME on this list here, and both were on the list an hour ago, or half hour ago. AMC is on the list here with a 70.21% buy. It is 29.79% sell ratio, so we're definitely getting a lot of buying going on, and GME is still on the list here with an 89.39% buy to 10.61% sell ratio. Both of those are looking really good. GME is absolutely stellar on that buy-sell ratio. SSR trigger price for the day today was at $7.84 and did hit, so we will see SSR on again for tomorrow. Shares available to borrow is at 2.8 million shares. And let's see here. No change really in the last hour. Fees still showing at 0.8%. NASDAQ is up 1.47. Dow Jones up 0.73. S&P 500 is up 1.05. We have 3,340 advancers to 2,578 decliners. The market is more advancing right now than it is declining at 3,340. It's about 300 more than it was an hour ago. Getting a little bit of a bump up here on the market. Might be seeing another margin call again. Coinbase is, I'm only going to read off ones that are plus or minus 2.5% on these banks here. We have FRC down 33.33. Silvergate is up 3.74. And that's about it. Ethereum Classic is down 1.18 but trending up. US dollar is down 0.05 and starting to trend down after having had some consolidation. Oil is up 0.67 and trending up. Mortgage-backed securities are up anywhere from 0.07 to 0.16 and trending down. SPY is up 1.02 and trending up. VIX is currently down 5.69 and trending. It's consolidating right now after a downtrend. VBR is up 0.73 and trending up. VB is up 0.65, trending up. Tesla is up 1.12 and consolidating. Amazon is up 1.52 and trending up. Cinemark is down 1.97 and trending up. Doge is up 0.91, trending up. Bitcoin is up 1.4, trending up. It's consolidating. Sorry, take that back. GME is up 0.12 and trending up. HYMC is down 18.58 and consolidating. NCMI is down 1.86 and trending slightly down. Hood is up 4.18 and trending up, and AMC is down 8.67 and it's showing a trend up, but it looks like it's trying to break that trend currently, and we look like we're on a little bit of a consolidation period right now. Inflow versus outflow for the day-to-day. We have, let's see here, $6.1 million more inflow than outflow. 20.42 million shares traded so far for the day-to-day after 226 minutes worth of trading. Putting us on a pace for 35.23 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested somewhere between 20 and 40 million. On a 4-hour time interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 26.22, which is slightly... No, that's signaling oversold. I don't know what I'm saying. On my mind's off in La La Land right now. On a 1-hour chart, we've got more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 27.65, which is signaling oversold. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 27.62, which is signaling oversold. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 43.44, which is slightly below average. And with that, I yield the rest of my time back to the back of the big tramp. And I'll probably leave at about 12:50, so I probably won't do numbers again. We can just finish out the day. Is that a clap for I'm not doing the numbers again, or? That's right. Yeah.
The world may never know.
Let's see here. Oh, right. AMC Panda says SSR for the weekend. Yeah, I say for tomorrow. I mean the next trading day, so Monday. My wife has a work lunch event to go to, and I'm going with her. They're treating us to an all-you-can-eat meat. One of those Brazilian meat houses where they serve you tons of different meats, and you just eat to your desire. I have not had anything yet to eat today, so it's probably a good thing that I didn't take a break. It's called here. It's called Vistancia, I think, is what it's called, if I'm not mistaken. Casey, make sure you wax before. No, I would rather provide flossing for everybody's enjoyment. Free flossing.
Take some Tums with you, buddy.
Tums? Why Tums?
Might get indigestion. You never know, man.
All right.
Better to have it and not need it than need it and not have it.
Tums never really work for me though, and that's the problem, man. I'm trying to think why I would. Tums doesn't do anything for me really. I feel like I'm eating chalk and just nothing happens.
You could be a psychopath and take some milk.
That would be better. I would prefer that, I think. Milk. The other word that everybody can't stand that I say it wrong. Milk. Yeah.
All you can eat meat. If you look that up on the Urban Dictionary, is it gonna direct me to like a gangbang or something?
I don't know. Why don't you try it?
I'm just saying, they got all this new hip lingo the young kids use these days, and I never know if you're speaking in code or if you're being factual.
I'm always factual. Vistancia is just like Fogadashao, whoever mentioned that. It's exactly the same kind of thing. It's essentially what it is. It would have been cooler if we could have heard it. It was very like in and out.
The meat was in and out. The meat was in and out. Oh my god!
It's imperative. It's imperative, KC, that you dress properly. You need like some real loose-fitting stretch pants. You need to, you don't want to have to worry about loosening the belt, or don't have any restrictions. Set yourself up for a win on this.
Okay.
So you need to wear like real loose-fitting sweatpants and a t-shirt that's not tucked in, so you can go full on gorge.
Make sure you take a handful of Ziploc baggies with you.
All right, I won't. I'm gonna make my wife real popular.
Stay away from the bread. Stay away from the sides, the French fries. Don't get sucked into that. Those distractions, man.
You know what?
Keep the
All
meat
right.
coming.
So I'd never been to one of those places before. Whenever the very first time that I went, I starved myself for 24 hours in advance, thinking like that was the right thing to do. And because I knew how much the bill was going to cost and everything, so I was like, I'm going to make sure I'm damn hungry. So I starved myself. I starved myself for 24 hours. I got there. I was freaking starving. And the first thing that they do is they tell you to go over and grab from the salad bar.
Yep.
So what do? I start piling it on because like I'm gonna power eat my way through this place. They're gonna be like, you've been here 2 hours, you've been here 4 hours, you go now, kind of thing. And, and I was like, I'm gonna be here for a long. And so I sat down with my plate of veggies and bread and all that kind of stuff as salad, and I ate it all, and I was stuffed instantly. And then they came around with all the different meats, and I was like, I couldn't. They kept putting here's a little trick for you guys. If you ever do this, if you ever happen to go one of these all-you-can-eat meat places, what I would recommend is don't not eat for 24 hours in advance. In fact, you should probably eat a really, really, really big meal the night before, and then you maybe a little something to kind of get you through. Go during lunchtime because usually they're half the price, and they just serve like. Instead of having 8 meats that they're serving, they'll serve like 5. So you're missing out on like 3 of the maybe the better meats or whatever, but you pay half the price. So it's actually a really good deal. So make sure you go at the lunchtime. And then the last little tip or trick that I'll give for you guys is that when you get the meat, they usually give you like a card that you flip, and it's like red on one side, green on the other. When it's green, they'll come by. They'll scrape off whatever meat it is that they got on their skewer, and then put it on your plate. And then so long as your green card is showing, they'll keep on coming by and putting more meat on until you don't have it green anymore. It's red. Whenever they come by, and they give you that first 1 or 2 meats, flip it. Don't keep it green. Flip it. If you don't. They're just going to keep on coming by and dropping meat off, and you're going to have a hard time picking which one you want. And the meat's going to get cold, and it sucks. Don't eat the meat cold. Make sure that you're eating the hot meat because you don't want to have it stacking up on you, and you're just not going to eat it. So make sure you got like 1 or 2 meats, and then flip your card red so that you don't have a bunch of cold meat sitting on your plate.
If I may add to that, if you're at an all-you-can-eat shrimp in Florida, similar rules apply. But the way they get you is they only bring you a portion. So what they do is when you order more or you ask for more, there's a delay. They have to go put it in the steamer and all that. So it stretches the time out and it becomes onerous. What you have to do is when they bring you your order of shrimp, go ahead and ask for in the most polite way. Then this is not enough for me. Would you mind putting in another order? And by the time you finish the shrimp that they brought
I only
you,
have one.
she'll bring you more, but do not wait until you're out before you ask for more on the all-you-can-eat shrimp. And by all means, standard rules: stay away from the bread. You know.
There's only one question, and everybody in chat is probably asking the same question. How much meat is it going to take to satisfy your wife?
Wow, nice. Let's see how he does with this one.
She's already satisfied. She doesn't even really want to go, but I told her you have to.
Nicely done. She's well satisfied already. There you go. Double entendre Friday.
I'll be here all week.
Yeah, that's how they get you with the all-you-can-eat shrimp. They'll keep your iced tea glass topped off. They'll keep you a mountain of French fries, and then they will make it there'll be a lag time between the time you ask for more.
Yeah. How about some mashed potatoes? You want some mashed potatoes?
Exactly, yeah.
No.
Like your 7th your yeast roll. Here, eat your 6th yeast roll. Like,
how about this?
Fill that yeast roll up your ass and bring me some more of those shrimp.
Would you like another hot tater?
Exactly. Yeah.
With chives and sour cream loaded with bacon and cheese. Oh yeah, please no, don't do it. Don't you do it? You say no, and you wait for the meat.
Yeah, it's the same thing with Red Lobster. When Red Lobster runs their promotion for all you can eat or picnic, the same thing applies. They say it's all you can eat, but it's carefully orchestrated to make sure that you get the minimum amount that allows them to stay profitable. So if you want to win the day, you have to understand the rules and
Frank
act accordingly.
Frank says, keep it flipped. Hold it up when they come by with the good meat that you want. Ask for double portion. Yes. Frank knows what he's talking
Squeaky
about.
wheel gets the grease. Yeah, they're not going to tell you no. They're not going to look at you and say no.
Yeah. You paid $50 to $100 to get into the place. You're not going to say no. When you find the meat that you want, wait for that guy to come back around, and then tell him you want more of that. Say, I want more. Just keep on going until I tell you stop.
You hit the meat guy at the Golden Corral. You carry your plate up there, and he's got the prime rib, and he whacks you off a piece, throws on your plate. Feel bold, man. Stand there and look at him and say, you're not really going to make me carry this back to the table and then come right back up here with an empty plate. Let's save us both some time here and put another piece on here, sport.
You know, it used to piss me off. It used to piss me off that I would always go to those Chinese buffet ones that had the ice cream out of the ice cream maker machine, and I'd never save enough room for the ice cream in the cone, and it would always piss me off because I'd be too full to eat the ice cream in the cone. That was like one of the things that I was always looking forward to, was the ice cream in the ice cream cone.
Soft serve.
Yeah. It used to piss me off. I'd be like, damn it, I didn't save enough room. That always pisses me off. Ask about the short meat exemption. I will do that, Dr. Zayas. I will do that.
As long as we're on the subject, the well-loved subject of meats, how many strips of bacon do you prefer? If the sky's the limit, when you got 2 eggs, toast, and hash browns, how many strips would you prefer if you had the Moass money? Oh, are you kidding me? I thought the floor was at least 6. 4. At least 6. I mean, come on.
After about 2, I feel like I'm filling up on it. By 3rd one, I'm kind of like, all right, I'm getting there. And then by the 4th one, I'm like, yeah, I probably should have stuck with 3. So
I'm with Dynamite, at least 5 or 6, and that's if the rest of the stuff is good.
I'm going for it. It depends.
Like Ron Swanson.
It does depend on the type of bacon too, because if it's the real thin stuff, then yeah, I could see 6 for sure. But I'm talking about the big hearty thick slices is what I'm thinking of.
Thick cut.
Yeah, I'm thinking thick cut. Yeah, because I figure like if we're making Moass money, we're not going to be settling for that thin paper crap anymore.
Are you a link sausage guy or patties? Inquiring minds want to know.
I don't think I really have a preference, honestly.
Really? Yeah.
No. I mean, I guess it probably depends on the brand. If you get the right brand, I probably would rather have the patties. But if it's just generic brand, probably I don't really care one way or the other. In fact, I'd rather have bacon.
People who are having a aversion to the skin on the links. But,
yeah, I can understand that, especially the really crappy skin. There's some skin out there on those sausages that are pretty nasty, and I can understand that. Oh, Bruno's upset. Oh boy, Bruno, there's somebody outside. Ooh, let's act all scary.
I'm envious of people who have a dog that alerts people to strangers coming around. My dog Diesel, as proud as we are of him, he's the world's biggest pussy. I mean, you come to my house and he'll take you and show you where the money's hidden at.
Come over here. Here's the dial right here.
Yeah, fucking useless. Yeah. You want
12, 28, 16.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
He's like scratching it out for him.
You could walk in my house through the garage, walk up to the refrigerator, open a beer, and he would just look at you the entire time like, hey, we got a visitor. Like, man, I'm envious of people who get dogs who alert them to someone in the driveway or otherwise strangers coming around. I think it's a great thing.
Yeah, MCon says he's protecting you. He is, MCon, and I actually tell him he's a really good boy for doing it most of the time. It's just when it's like when I'm on a phone or I'm trying to do something where I don't want to have him barking in the background, I'm like, and all he really wants is for me to acknowledge the fact that I recognize that he recognizes that there's somebody outside. More often than not, I have a ring, so I know when somebody's coming long before he does. So sometimes if I see my ring go off, I'll look over and I'll be like, I know, like that. Like, I know they're coming, and then he'll hear it. He'll get over there. He'll get all perked up and be like, roof, 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 right? And he'll do his rough thing, and I go like, I know, and then he's just kind of like, okay.
Well, despite Diesel's unwillingness to alert us of any strangers coming around, he did pick up a bad habit. The only time he's vocal, first thing in the morning, be it 4 o'clock or 6 or whatever time it is, he gets really excited to see me come out of my hole, and he howls like a wolf, and it really pisses off the rest of the people in the house because obviously I'm the only one up at that dark 30.
Yeah.
But it's just one, but it's a long drawn out howl, and he just can't contain himself. And somehow or another, I've been caught blamed for it. But I've tried many things to get him to stop.
Ooh, man,
I think he's of the mind that they should get out of bed too.
Maria G is asking the really tough question: are we going to close above or below 8? I have a price prediction for the day to day at 821 was my prediction for the day to day for a close, and so based on my 821, I'm gonna have to say above. I'm going with above 8, but we'll see. I've been wrong plenty of times. Do I have the lowest price prediction today? Oh, I do. I win the week out if we close anything below 821.
You are an unstoppable good idea machine.
Ron Swanson. Something tells me I'd maybe get along with that guy. I'm not sure. I'd like to believe that I'd get along with him, and then other times I think like, no, damn, he's way too cool for me.
I don't know. He popped into my head because you were talking about eating a lot of meat.
Yeah, that was a big part of his character on Parks and Recreation, wasn't it?
He liked this meat.
All the bacon and eggs you have.
Watch it close right at $8, and so no matter which direction I would have said it, it would be wrong. That's going to be the irony behind this, is that we closed right at $8, and there would have been no right answer.
Well, it's been a hot minute since we've missed Max Payne by $2.
Yeah, but you can't look at it that way when it's a share offering that's happening. That's going to change. That changes everything.
Yep. That's what I said. It's just another example of how it changed a lot of what we would consider normal activity.
Yeah. Trenton says, make a guess on how many different types of wood are in my house.
Oh, he's a builder. I remember him being or at least he's building his own home for that matter.
Well, I'm pretty sure you got a skin flute, so that's one. Let's see here. You got to have some. There's got to be pine in your house somewhere, I would imagine. That's two.
That's one.
That's two. That's two. Don't take away my
Skin
first
flute's
one.
not made out of wood. Oh, okay. I guess
That's a type of wood.
The definition of wood. Okay, fair enough. That's two.
That's two. You said he's a. You said what? Huh?
How did you get all this wood in your house? Did you bring it in the front door, or did you bring the wood in the back door?
This is an important question, Trenton. We have to know.
I think he's in Canada or Alaska, if my memory serves me right. So I'm going to say he's at least got some spruce.
He's got to be in a
Probably
house.
gonna
So
have
there's
some
plywood.
aspen.
That's good. That's
Gonna have
yeah,
some
3.
Aspen. Yeah. Yeah, plywood would fall under pine.
He said top door, front door, and back door.
Airtight.
Let's see here. Plywood for sure has got to be in there.
Cedar. He's got cedar lined closets. He probably did cedar lined closets. That's 5.
Yeah, I would go with cedar. I think he probably does have. Yeah, I'll go with a yes on cedar. 4.
Mahogany on the banisters. Probably bought a nice piece of mahogany if he has wooden banisters. I don't know if he has balusters or not, but I'm going to go with something exotic like mahogany for a bounty. And then for his wooden, what do you call it, over the fireplace, the mantle, I'm going to say he went with something like a sinker log or something that's live edge, maybe oak.
Yeah, I
That'd
don't know
be
if I'm.
6. That'd be 6. We're
Yeah.
past 6 types of wood.
He says no cedar, no mahogany, and I was gonna say I'm leading away from him having either of those in there. Let's see. How about?
Morning.
Oh, he's just gonna answer now.
morning wood.
I'm gonna go with 8. Oh, son of a bitch! He put it in 8 right as I said it. Damn it.
Yep, you did. You got it. You're the winner. You hit it. You got
No,
it.
but he literally put it in. It literally came across right as I was saying it. That really pisses me off. Damn it.
Yeah, you can't
but
get within
there's a
40.
delay.
You can't get us within 40% of the closing price today on our sticker. But you can get a random guy from Alaska building a house. You can nail the number of woods that he has in his house. So there you go.
Pirate, that was a terrible pun.
Cherry cabinets.
He's not always punny.
See what you did there.
Did you say you nailed it?
Cherry cabinets are very expensive, Papa Mac. I'm going to say for cabinets, he's gone with maple. Maple is it's a soft wood. They grow faster, so there's a lot more abundance in it. As a general rule, the harder the wood, the more expensive because it's longer. It takes longer to grow the trees. That's why walnuts so expensive. Soft wood.
Yeah, pay a little bit
hardwood.
more if you want some hardwood.
Right, yeah. Hardwood costs more than
Man, somebody's got like the mega ultra bass subwoofer in my neighborhood that's playing right now. It's crazy.
I do.
Is that you?
I have it.
Yep.
Damn,
See
man.
a pretty piece of wood. Look up Purple Heart. The color
Casey.
purple heart, like a heart in a body. So
What's up?
one of
What's
the
up,
woods,
Yucca?
that's one of the woods that they're decimating jungle for.
How do you spell fried?
F-
Like fried chicken. How do you spell fried?
Am I? Is this gonna be? Is this a joke?
No. This is just like it's gonna be something to think about. How do you spell fried?
I don't know if I want to play this game. I feel like
It's a
there's gonna
good
be.
game, believe me. It's a game of hidden in plain sight. Names hidden in plain sight.
All
People
right.
playing their parts.
Here we go. FRIED.
D. Okay.
Nuts.
How do you say?
Shit.
How do you say?
Okay, yeah. All right. I knew it was going. All right.
What? No.
Yeah,
How do you
yeah.
say? What's his name? You say Sam Bankman Fried or Fried?
Freed.
Why Fried?
I don't know. I personally, every time I see it, think fried.
It's Fried. Okay.
Yeah.
So Sam is Samuel. Bankman, obviously a bank man, is Fried.
Yeah.
So, and his middle name is Benjamin, which they never, you have to go
Talk
looking,
about.
digging for it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Samuel is in the Bible. It's freaking, one of Eli's brothers, and there's something about him being greedy and corrupt, one of his sons, which is Samuel. And then Benjamin is also in the Bible, right? So, and obviously it's Benjamin's like money, and Bankman.
Are you trying to say this is all rigged? Are you saying this is rigged?
I'm saying that the elite, that's not his real name, that kid. He's just playing the part.
Yeah, you think he's
I
fake?
think this is just, yes, this is just, they're using him to alert everybody else that knows. That's my theory, because come on, these names really. I don't think he's gonna go to jail. They're just warning everybody that's in the inn that the market is fried, pretty much. Like all the banks are fried. They're dead. Get ready. So Benjamin in the Bible, it's something about prepare for a famine. Preserve food, preserve. It's something to do with that. I remember, like that's what his whole story was about. So I'm thinking about that. I'm like, I don't know if anybody's piecing it together, or it's maybe me that I'm looking into it too much. But it makes complete sense. I mean,
Well, isn't the fact that he has a hyphenated name, isn't that a fact? Isn't that a result of his mother not giving up her maiden name? Or am I wrong on that? Isn't that how that shit works?
I don't know. I just feel like Bankman and then fried at the end. Like the market is fried, like that's it. And you can tell that the banks are like in trouble. They can't cover deposits. Something broke 2 weeks ago. Sorry to give everybody a headache now. Everybody's thinking about it.
No, it's all good,
That's
man.
never sat right. That just never sat right. Like, it never sat right, Casey.
Yeah, well, it's like I think there's some kind of weird thing like that with people who kill presidents too, or something like that. They always have like 3 names.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like everybody knows them by their third name. It's or all 3 names. It's never just 2 names. It's a good thing I didn't call myself by my middle name on this stream. Yeah, that wouldn't have been
Middle
good.
name.
Yeah, I would have had some kind of conspiracy theory. All right. I got to end it, guys. It's time to end
What's
this
your
day
name?
here so I can go get ready to go for the day.
All right. Have a
Yeah.
good day, Casey.
Yeah, I'm going to have a good weekend too, man. I hope you have a good weekend.
I will. I'll attempt. I'll make the attempt.
That's good. That's all you
If
can
I
do.
find myself holding aces and eights, the dead man's hand, do I go all in or no?
No.
Okay.
That would be a no from me.
Noted.
I'm putting in hold on a second. I'm gonna move this back just a tad bit here. I think there's a little bit of a. This might actually break out of this ascending level of support. Looks like it wants to try to break out of this right now. I don't know if that's going to happen or not. It does look like there might be a little bit of a case to be drawn for a bullish triangle forming. Usually bullish triangles when you got the flat side on the top and then the angled upside from the bottom. So this would be a bullish triangle, but very oftentimes, sometimes I feel like a lot of times when I see stuff like this, it tends to break the wrong direction on the way it's supposed to break. Not always, but usually it does. I find that to be the case. It's not supposed to break to the bottom side on this. It's supposed to go upwards. So for some reason on AMC, it doesn't follow proper pattern analysis when it comes to wedges, but or triangles, I should say, triangles. So, but anyways, yeah, it looks to me like there's a level of support that's drawn in here, and hopefully we'll see it break out to the top side before the day is over. But it's time for me to go, guys.
Well, look, don't let us down, man. We're like little chirping birds in a nest who need to continually be fed. So at least fill up a picture in Discord.
We'll
picture in Discord of the meat
sure.
pile. We want to see the meat haul.
Yeah, I'll do that. I'll take a picture.
Live vicariously through your.
We'll also
delights.
Meet Sunday to finish out that email for John Merriweather. There's no point in rushing it because I said meet on Sunday. We'll meet on Sunday, and then that's when I'll be full of exiting all my meat. That way we can finish that email to John Merriweather about possible litigation, maybe for AMC. So we'll see.
Most of us are easily found. Found.
Yep. Awesome. All right, I will. J Apes, you have a great weekend as well. I hope all of you guys have a great weekend. Let me exit out of the back of the big tramp. Guys, I'm not going to come back in after this is over, so I will see you guys later. Oh. All right. It is that time of the day, unfortunately for me, guys. Not the usual time of day, but all good things must eventually come to an end. Eat, sleep, drink, get plenty of rest. That music was too loud, sorry. Spend time with your family, spend time with your friends, take your pets out for a walk because they like getting outdoors too, and enjoy your daggone weekend by going out to see an AMC movie because after all, that's what we're here to do is support AMC. But above all else, don't have a good weekend. Have a great weekend. Beep, beep.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, boost ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond. Wait for that. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now and
Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
Getting cold, you're needing a shoulder. Puff out your chest and be a little bolder. All we do is buy and hold. There will be shows who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. Panic and fear really are near. It's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do to buy and move. Oh, there will be chills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end, and there will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead, so when the nights get colder, you're needing that shoulder. Ape's got your back, we got each other. All we do is rely